bubbles. Oh, they're kind of disappearing. Oops, I didn't time it very well. This is one of the best things about Sigewinne. So, her little hearts, right? Like, that's cute and all, right? They're just pooping out little bubble hearts. But what's better is that wherever they land, they leave this lingering effect that also seems to cause additional different sparkles and heart-shaped bubbles themselves to float in midair. And this lingers for a little bit, so you can just, you know, vibe in bubbles for a little bit. It's also like a perfect thing for, I think, distracting you guys, where I can just, like, if I need to go to the bathroom, I think I can just, like, leave Sigewinne sitting somewhere, plopping some heart bubbles in the ground, and then you can just stare at the, like, the Windows screensaver going on. So anyways, I actually really like that. It's a cute little nice touch. It's one of, like, the nicest touch things about her. It's like, it's one of the most 5-star things about her, honestly. Is like a weird little additional nice animation thingy is what I feel. Does it do anything functional to the kit? No, but I think it's nice regardless. Also, in the same vein, I heard about, I don't think I can see the name card without having it, but, wait, no, can I? I think I can. Sweet. Oh god, there's so many name cards in this game. Is this in alphabetical order? I don't even think it is. Oh god, okay. I would like to select the Sigewinne name card here to be able to show you what the Sigewinne name card looks like. But anyway, nice cute touches. Basically, it has little Melusine ears on the name card. I don't... It's like pink and it has a syringe in it. I'm not seeing at a glance here. There's too many. I'm sorry. It's impossible. It's on the bottom. There it is. Alright, there you go. Sigewinne little horns there. Which, I wonder... Wait. If you change your profile icon... This is the first time I've changed my profile off of Yai in a long time on this account. Does this line up? The ears have to line up, right? It has to line up. It better. I'm gonna be a sad, sad boy if it doesn't even line up with her ears. That was probably the main purpose, right? Yeah. Whoa. It's slightly off. it's actually, like, really annoyingly slightly off. Why? Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, I'm probably not going to use the Sigewinne icon anyways, so doesn't matter. But anywho's, that's real rough. That's real rough. That means, like, anyone that wants to use the Sigewinne icon on the name card is just going to be like, nope. That kind of hurts. I assumed that was the intention, but no, it unironically looks better with Yai than it does with Sigewinne. So, you know, Yai can have an additional 2 pairs of ears now. Congrats. There you go. Anywho's, I might use that just because of that little ear thing. It's funny. Anywho's, one of the teapot adds flowers around it. Nice. So, Yayo's gives ears too? Really? Oh boy. You're gonna make me use Yaoi on my overworld party for like 3 months. I didn't know about Yayo. Oh boy, Yayo's gonna be even harder to find. There it is. No, found it. That is not ears. That's just a bunch of rabbits. Unless that's a different one. That is definitely not ears. It does on mobile? Oh, interesting. It's formatted differently on mobile. Anywho's, Sigewinne, I have her level 80. You might be wondering, wow, how did you get her to level 80 in only a day? And actually, more notably, like, level 80 wasn't that hard. But we should be able to get her to level 90 today. And based on how my resources were 2 days ago, you know, when I got Sigewinne, and thank you again, Zoyafet, I don't know if Zoyafet is here, but we didn't have enough resources, right? There's a couple things I forgot about. Number one, so you have a whole bunch of adventures experience. You can buy, like, it's not cheap, right? But being that I had a bunch of Stardust, because we did a bunch of wishing, I had extra Stardust, I think I can afford to use the Stardust. Normally, this is the first time I think I've ever actually bought the adventure experience in the Stardust shop. I forgot they were a thing in there, right? You can get 300 of these, right? And that's not the entire, like, the 300 of these is, what is that? That's like 75 Heroes Wits. And then I used all of my condensed resin yesterday and a transient resin. And then I think I did 4 resin refreshes. And I had carryover resin. I had condensed resin from Wednesday that I didn't end up using on Wednesday that I carried over to yesterday. So in total, I used like 2 normal days worth of resin yesterday, 7 condensed resin, and 4 resin refreshes. So, Kaya, I think, is at C1 because I'm dumb and I forgot. I've not gotten any Kaya constellations in the past. I know, right? I sincerely wish I had, like, if I had gotten Kaya every single time he had run in the past, I think I would have C4 now, which sucks. But yeah, oh well. C2 is the most relevant one, so I'll be able to do that, and I intend to make a video about him when it gets C2. So, anywho's, yeah. Point is, and oh yeah, I also spent some Stardust on Mora, because I figured I would need that. Not going to let me avoid, you know, having to farm some ley lines. But yeah, I spent, I think, most of my resin yesterday between the boss. I think I only have to farm it once more, if I recall, is where I stopped. Yeah, I just need to farm it once more. And thankfully I didn't have to farm any of these. Haven't had to farm any of these. I got her talents to level 8. I had to use one of my condensed resin. Literally just one. To be able to level both her burst and skill to 8. Because I just had enough of these from before, which is good. So yeah, I ended up having functionally more resources than I expected. At least in conjunction with the resin refreshing that since they gave me Prima Gems, right? I use them for resin refreshing. And we will use, we will do resin refreshing today. Hopefully not 6, because like 6 resin refreshing, like I did 4 resin refreshes. I think it takes twice as many Prima Gems to do 6 resin refreshes as it does to do 4. I can't recall exactly, so I'd rather not do a full resin refresh. But hey, as long as it gave me the Prima Gems to do it, so if we have to, we're gonna get Sigewinne level 90 today is the goal. Want to kill the Hydro Tulpa in co-op? Sure. If someone wants to join co-op quick, you can join and we'll kill the Tulpa. Let me go over here quick. So yeah, Sigewinne though, I did play though yesterday with her at level 50 with this team. I really like this team. In this, I haven't tested though Dia on like an emblem build. Realistically, I don't think Dia on an emblem build is going to work as well. I did switch her to Sacrificial Greatswords. That's less EM, less burgeon damage, right? But I found in this Abyss cycle in particular, being able to have more flexibility with recasting Dia's skill just for proccing more burgeons. Also the ER, because sometimes you actually use Dia's burst, like in the downtime, right? Instead of doing like a crit DPS Dia, the idea is doing this Instructor's Build Dia that can buff your vapes, on your forward vapes, right? Can buff your burgeon damage, so she can still get very significant burgeon damage. But then Sack Sword gives her a little bit of ER. She can potentially actually burst semi-consistently. You don't need to constantly burst, because it's got like an interesting dynamic to it. But burst enough that you can use Dia's burst, that Dia's like talent damage isn't relevant during her burst, but it is pyro going on. So like, you know how her skill has downtime without C2, because she only has like a 12-second cooldown, and she gets 6 more seconds of duration on her skill. You can use her burst instead to start triggering burgeons, right? And it also applies some pyro that might cause more forward vapes from Farina and Sigewinne, is generally what I've noticed. So I think this is better than doing an emblem build. It's not necessarily better than doing like a full piece flop or Gilded Dreams build, to be clear. That might be better as far as damage performance. I just like that this is the balance between buffing the other units. And again, the interruption resistance is not 100% uptime interruption resistance, right? But it's really, I love this team actually. It's really fun. So, anywho's, would having C2 not hit in the team instead of Farina C2 make up the damage? I mean, I have both, and I'm using Key of Cautious Suit. So like, I'm fully gonna, when I make this video is probably gonna, I might record this video this weekend and make this the main video for this weekend. I don't know if I'm going to finish the account fixing video this weekend, because the account I'm working on is... it's a bit of a struggle with this current Abyss cycle, but I have the capability to clear this current Abyss cycle with the account. And they've never 36 starred the Abyss before, but this is also like the most annoying, awful Abyss. It's just... So it might take me another week to get the account fixing video done, I'm sorry. My co-op is closed. Oh, okay. I'll do Key Robber today. If I have time, remind me. Join after approval. But yeah, anyways, we can do one boss fight in co-op. Is Sigewinne healing good for Farina Fanfare? Yeah. In this team, right? One thing I plan to fully acknowledge, I'm not gonna this is a team that is configured purposely to try to get like forward vapes not only on Sigewinne sometimes, but notably also on Furina. And that means Furina is doing a large amount of the damage contribution in the team. How much exactly, I don't know, right? It's annoyingly complicated to figure out the damage profile for any kind of Burgeon team. But it does mean, and I will mention this in the video, that C2 Furina is making a pretty significant difference here. The fanfare gain, and in conjunction with her getting a bunch of HP, since she's being a very major contributor of team damage in this team, is quite significant. And unlike most of my videos where I use Furina, where I purposely power her down, I am purposely going to be powering her up by using Key of Conscious Suit on her, which is a very good weapon. And then I will also probably be switching to a Hydro Damage Goblet, or sorry, an HP Goblet for even more EM. In fact, let's just do that right now, because, you know, we're going to be testing this in a little bit here, right? So as this team is configured without C2 Furina, with Sigewinne on a build, which I've changed Sigewinne's DPS build, I'll talk about it in a little bit after we start actually testing things. You have Dia's Drip Weapon, very nice, it looks great. Yeah. It's really it's honestly quite compelling because the dynamic feels so good. Oh, I got Hoyo Creators things. Oh, by the way, like, you know, this is how many Primo Gems. I don't know what video this is exactly for because they don't tell me, but they only give you like Primo Gems for the Hoyo Creator program if you like reach certain view thresholds relative to other people that make videos. And it's specifically only like videos that like are tagged and like about like new characters, usually is what it most commonly is. So that was probably, that was either for the Cloran video or maybe it was for the or the Kino video even. I don't know how much of a delay there is. Point is, like, 50,000 views gets you a whopping 900 primos. This life at Sigewinne will be 2-3 meta. Yeah, will she be meta? I don't know. Like, no, but on the other hand, like, I honestly think even if I didn't have C1, I think I would end up using her quite commonly. I intend to mess around, maybe this stream if you guys want, but I don't want to have to screw with artifacts too much. I have a lot of stuff to do today. Like, I was hoping to get Sigewinne to level 90 in this stream, test on the stream. Then after the stream, I want to record the Sigewinne video, which shouldn't be that hard to do the recording of the video itself, and then make that video for this weekend, or mostly make that video for this weekend. And then, on top of that, I was hoping to finish the recording the account fixing video and editing the account fixing video today. So like, it's a busy day for me. I also woke up with a pounding headache. So I'm not gonna promise to do a ton of testing in this specific stream. But we should be able to, oh, I never claimed my expedition rewards, dang it. We should be able to do plenty of testing for the things I want, or just more generic testing for Sigewinne, with different styles of builds, Kirara testing, whatever. By the way, when I also leveled up, because I just had, again, I didn't even have to farm anything for this. I just had the resources. Where's Kirara? I leveled up Kirara's signature weapon to 80. Thankfully, again, I don't have to farm anything for that other than this now. Of course, it's today. I don't know. If we have any spare resin, we'll try to level that up, maybe. But yeah. So, I'm already someone that really liked healers in the past, and I'm someone who really likes DPSing healers, but I'm having a lot more fun with Sigewinne in the Dia, Nahida, Furina team. But it is definitely a team that I suspect will be meaningfully worse without, like, C2 Furina. And I also do have C2 Nahida. C2 Nahida, though, is doing a lot less, I think, in this team than C2 Furina is. Like, all C2 Nahida is doing in this team is buffing the Burgeon damage, like, by 20%, because it's 20% chance to crit, and it's a double damage, so 20% damage increase with the Burgeon damage. So the Burgeon damage is, you know, half of the team's damage, that's 10%, which is significant, but not insane. Like, it's something you can easily factor for. And I can tell you that this DPS Sigewinne team performs well enough that, like, it's definitely not just C2 Nahida doing the work. It's a conjunction of all the things. But I have enough high investment things going on that, yeah, I absolutely suspect this will be a team that feels a lot worse. for, you know, it being lower investment, like not having Key of Cautious Suit, not having C2 Nahida, not having Aqua Simulacra on Sigewinne, right? All these number of factors can potentially change how well the Sigewinne team might feel to perform. I don't know how important Aqua really is. So, Sigewinne does indeed do more Hydra than C6 Alhaitham, believe it or not. Pyro Archon will make Sigewinne do more pyro damage. Yeah, probably. I brought the wrong character. You know, you have fun. Give me a second. I'm gonna go try to change off of. Like, you know what? No, I believe in you. You know what? I believe in your Dia. I lied. I'm gonna believe in your Dia. I'm gonna buff her. We're gonna succeed. Ow. There's some really interesting nuance, by the way. I should actually show it against this boss. I think it's with Dia on Sack Sword, or Sack Great Sword specifically. You can significantly mitigate the issues Dia has with her like downtime issues and triggering virgins by being smart with Sack Great Sword, and like it's something I hadn't considered before, because normally Dia is not great at Virgin, because like you see these Virgin cores that are sitting around. It's because Dia's skill only hits every 2.5 seconds, right? It does a coordinated attack like Raiden's E every 2.5 seconds, and that makes it so you just wind up with a lot of cores that sit around and don't get hit. And then on top of that, right, unless you C2, you have like 8 seconds of downtime, which is not good. But with Sack Sword, you can, and remember, Dia can do her E twice, right? So Sack Sword lets her use her E, which is an AoE instance of Pyro that you can control when you use it to hit Dendro cores with quite high uptime, especially in conjunction with a team that also lets you freely use her burst. Sure, thank you, actually. That could be an upgrade. Could be a meaningful upgrade for Tignari. I could actually holy crap, that could actually be a huge upgrade for Tignari. Because he's using an off piece, which is it's a really good off piece. But like this is my best Wanderer's Troop crit damage circle. And honestly, it's bad enough. I'm gonna risk it. We're gonna risk it, okay? I swear, if oh boy, this could go really poorly, but hey, you know, the worst case scenario, right? This has 2 relevant stats at a baseline. This, for non-HP scalers, Nahida shush. This has 2 relevant stats for non-HP scalers. So, and I haven't found many situations where I wanted this piece on an HP scaler. So I think I'm fine to use this. Let's go, get a Tignari upgrade. What is this? Oh yeah, I leveled official goblets. Neither of those double crit attack goblets rolled well. That was sad. It's not. Oh. Bye. Thank you, Ditto. Is Tignari worth building? I like him a lot. I think he's a little bit dependent on having a team where you can like figure out what you're doing in his downtime, because he's not like a stay on the field for 10 seconds unit, right? I'm just gonna put the reject on so
Something on your mind again?
don't get spammed with things popping up.
2 heads are better than 1.
Okay. What? Why? That took a long time. Okay. So what was I looking at? Oh yeah. The artifact. Would have really preferred a crit rate roll, but hey, ER is cool. That makes this piece better. Defense roll is sad, and it can always get a crit rate roll at the very last roll, right? And then be an objective upgrade. That would be nice. Really? Okay. Well, whatever. I'm just gonna use. Yeah, I'm lazy, so. You know, it's fine. In some ways, that's actually better for him. That is definitely a improved piece for him. In conjunction with the fact that now this is not a thing I have to use anymore, because this goblet was sad. The question is, well, the only problem is really like this is obviously the best Dendro goblet I have, but I kind of would prefer to use that for not him, because there's a certain other Dendro character that likes attack percent coming out in the future. I think I'll give him this one. This one's really good. It has the crit damage. Actually, well, let's see what his crit rate's like. Okay, honestly. So I do have C1 Tignari. I got that a little while ago. Len, gotta wake up tomorrow. You gotta leave by. Thank you, Len, for the for the free money. The 240, 249. So yeah, this is a very, very good artifact for Tignari. I think I can actually get away with not having that much crit rate. Yeah, it's sad that it's not 200% crit damage, but you know what? That is a significant upgrade from my Tignari. Now the only like meh piece on him is this piece, and I actually have pieces that could be better. I just haven't leveled them up. So, anyways, cool. Thanks, game. Thanks, Sigewinne. Wouldn't have gotten it if I wasn't leveling you. So, ascend. And how far does this take? Start 88. Not bad. All right, perfect. Flam. And 0, 0, 0. Let's go. Also, what was my Mora at? 500,000. Wee. Oh, boy. We're probably not activating this constellation in this stream, by the way. I'm probably going to activate this on the video that I make, which hopefully will be out this weekend. Like, I'm prioritizing making the Sigewinne video, despite the fact that I was planning to make like the Alhaitham video originally this week, because I'm having more fun with Sigewinne. I'd rather make that video I'm having fun with more. So, Emily funds are crying in the court. It'll be fine. It'll probably be fine. But yeah, okay. So, rest of the resin, we need to go and do some ley lines real quick. Get her to 90. Kirara's going to turn to Puss in Boots for her skin. That'd be fun. As long as her signature weapon still matches her, I will be happy. But almost every skin in this game, honestly, I end up like seeing it. I'm just like, it's not bad, but I like the original skin more. And that'll probably be the case with Kirara. But we'll see.
Well, if it hurts, just...
I know I can buy infinite more with Star Glitter anyways, but you don't have infinite Star Glitter unless you spend infinite money. I have a lot of extra Star Glitter right now, I think, so I don't think I have to farm more ley lines, which is nice. But it's not infinite Star Glitter. I prefer Official's normal skin. Actually, Official's one of the ones I do like. Her normal skin. Where's the fish? Her normal skin is kind of just like, I think it fits her whole princess motif more, right?
I created another...
Like, this is like kind of looks like lingerie, right? Like, what's with the fishnet? This just looks like weird ostentatious princess wear. This feels like it fits her character a lot more, personally. But yeah, she's actually one of the few. Anywho's, let's get her to, oh yeah, real quick, discuss her build. I decided, right, because when you're using Marchessaise, when you're getting the free crit from Marchessaise, having a crit main stat circlet is actually a lot less relevant. So before I had Sigewinne with like 275 crit damage, you'll see now she has a little bit more crit rate than she had in the live stream before. I think about the same ER and a little bit less crit damage. So like, I think 40% less crit damage. I decided to do, you know how I was doing like an HP goblet, right? Because, hey, HP goblet means more skill damage buffing, and we are getting a bunch of damage percent from Frina. It's probably worse than Hydra Goblet for Sigewinne's personal damage performance, but I like the idea of doing more hybrid. Well, in the same vein, instead of doing a crit damage circlet, put on a HP main stat circlet with very high crit stats. I think this actually might just be better because of the fact that I already have a lot of crit from Aqua Simulacra, right? So that results in a build that this is, after getting crit, the Marchessaise stacks, this is 76 crit rate, 238 crit damage, with HP main stat on Goblet, Timepiece, and Circlet, right? And the idea is to have as much HP as possible, so I think we'll probably get about, my guess is we're going to wind up right around 50k, which that means it'll be 20 stacks, or not 20 stacks, sorry, 20 instances of her flat damage buff, so that'd be 20 times 80, which is 1600 of a flat damage buff, which is a pretty significant factor, I think, to like this team. And notably, by the way, this team, Nahida's talent damage here is not that significant. I think this team, not in all situations, because like AoE is a thing, and Emily is not going to be as good in AoE, but Emily in this team, oh, like it's not 100% better, but Emily in this team, oh man, I really look forward to this team with Emily. I really, really like the idea of this team with Emily. So anyways, right, it's a hybridy Sigewinne. Getting good damage on Sigewinne, but also getting meaningful talent buff because you have to be over 30k HP, right? So, anywho's. With Sigewinne, Kuki, Shinobu, Hyperbloom, DPS impossible. That's actually interesting. That you point that out. Like, being that Sigewinne, right? Flat damage buffs are interesting in that they don't care about the multiplier a character does. So, when characters have low multiplier damage, you can, like, so this is a 53% multiplier on her skill. And Kuki is an off-field skill damage dealer, right? So Kuki, yeah, can be get some significant crits with the flat damage buff and with aggravates being triggered. Probably, I would bet you can probably get in the 30k, 40k neighborhood relatively easily. So yeah, that's you know, there's shenanigans to be had, right? This character is properly interesting with her skill damage buff. I do really think, but like it only has 10 stacks, like it's only 10 instances of the buff. Her C1 makes it so you get 18 instances. And then there's like sack bow shenanigans, right, where you can try to like refresh those stacks. So I really do think for her to properly be an interesting character, C1 probably should have been in base kit. At least the like getting more of her buff should have been in her base kit. But oh well, it's fine. So he has Sigewinne. I'm so jealous of him. Jeez, I wonder how that happened. Thundering Fury Sigewinne. I can't say I'm going to test that in this stream. I would like to test Thundering Fury Sigewinne. The interesting potential with Thundering Fury Sigewinne, right, is probably doing. Do I even have the right TF pieces for this? This is why in the past I kept like all the TF pieces, but I think over time I have slowly thrown some of my old TF pieces into the garbage. Because I was like, yeah, when will I ever need this, right? Okay, I don't have any HP substats on my TF flower feathers. I do have a leveled up HP timepiece. That's good. Okay, sweet. And then what about HP goblet? Nope, no HP goblet. What about circlet? Nope. Okay, so I can't do HP main stat TF, right? So TF would be a not DPS Sigewinne build. It would be definitely full HP. I don't quite have the artifacts for it. It shouldn't be that hard to get the artifacts for it, since I just need an HP goblet or HP circlet, and the substats don't really matter, but also it'd be nice to get a lot more HP and substats in the feather and in flower if I was really going to invest in this. But the interesting potential for that, right, is not, like, usually TF is more worth it on low cooldown units, right? Like, it's worth it on Kaching, because it can be, like, the difference between getting an extra skill in a rotation. This would not let you, with an 18-second cooldown, would not let you get an additional skill in a rotation, but TF in conjunction with Sackbow would be interesting, especially with C1, because C1 Sigewinne, when you get her, as long as if her like I think the in a freeform team where you can always be free to switch back to Sigewinne, I think Sigewinne C1 and TF has actually some potential to significantly increase the uptime on her skill buff. To a degree, that's worth it versus just like stacking more HP for her skill buff, and just doing sack bow normally. I don't know. It's very, very on the line. It's probably not, is my guess. So, but there could be shenanigans, yes, with Fischl and Yai, right? Fischl, Yai, just do Electro Charge, Fischl, Yai, Farina, Sigewinne, right? Seems kind of fun, honestly. Wait, isn't it? Oh yeah, I didn't actually do. I can actually test. My mouse sensitivity go down. I can test. I need to finish this event here. I keep forgetting. I think there's some electrocharge things we can do here with Sigewinne actually. So, anywho, let's go finish level 9 here, and then we'll start playing around with her in different ways. Most notably with just this DPS build, to be clear. But I will mess more. So there will probably be another stream this weekend, realistically. My current thing is I'm mostly just going to test DPS variations of Sigewinne in this video. And there will probably be more testing of her in like a more conventional way. I'll probably test with Ocean Hued Clam, right? Blah, 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 blah. This weekend, if you wanted to see more, because I just don't think I'm going to have the time in this specific stream with the other things I want to do today. How many hits does Emily's summon do? So Emily definitely uses the buff up pretty quickly. Basically, she hits 2 times. Her high multiplier, like level 2 version when burning is happening, is 2 times every 1.5 seconds. So that means with C1 Sigewinne, her buff is gone in quite short order. So, but so is it with Nahida, right? Nahida hits enough, and like in AoE, like it's gonna be gone fast. But it's not irrelevant, right? It's still a character that can take advantage of the buff. So, you know. I was thinking about C1 myself. That's her worth. Like, I do think it's a difference maker between like a lot of Sigewinne teams seeing a meaningful difference from her buff versus not. Because as soon as, like, if you configure a team like this, right, where Furina's doing some off-field skill damage, Nahida's doing off-field skill damage, and Dia is doing some off-field skill damage, those 3 characters, when I'm on-fielding Sigewinne, use up Sigewinne's buff relatively fast, right? Either way, it's a limited buff, but I think there would be a notice. So I think, like, I will probably activate her C1 for the video I record, and I think I will see a not insignificant increase in the team DPS when I activate her C1, right? So in those contexts where you're using her with multiple off-field skill-based damage dealers, I think you will notice it. You will notice the difference between it running out quickly or not. Especially if you start doing sack bow shenanigans where you're just freely use sack bow. You don't use the second skill right away. You like use it, and then you switch to another character, use your Furina, use your Nahida, use your whatever, use your Fischl, use your Yai, and then you switch back to, like, the bubble is done bouncing. Okay, now is the time to use the sack again, right? Like it'll basically just give you constant, consistent uptime of the bubble that every time it lands with C1, it's generating another stack, right? Is my current thinking, but that's something I'll have to test more. So, you know. C1 and Sackbow, I don't think it's 36 stacks, based on my testing in the first stream. Like, it's not quite as simple as saying it's 36 stacks. It's more constant stack generation, right? Which means you're getting constant value from the buff, which is cool. And it makes it potentially much more relevant versus only having 10 instances every 18 seconds, right? Remember the Krahtaha Ron field? What? Characters on field? That was a heck of a typo there, Marcelo. Yeah, I know the characters on field don't use the buff. That's why I was saying, like, using this, you know, using your Furina's initial hits there are not gonna get it. Nahida's initial hits are not gonna get it. Dia's initial hits are not gonna get it. But when I switch them off field, right, you know, Furina summons will hit 3 times in a few seconds, and that's gonna use 3 of the 10. And then Nahida's skill will use like 1 or 2 in pretty short order, and then Dia will use 1, and that's like 7 of the 10 in like 5 seconds or something, right? So, but you increase that to 18, that's much more significant. So, is she worth it? How much she's worth it probably depends on how much you need a healer, basically. Because for most people, she's just going to be a comfort healer, right? Where is Leylines? I need... Hello? Leylines? There they are. Wait, you know what? Wait. I have... How many resin do I have? 3? Okay, alright. Close your eyes. We'll see. I don't want to, like, do this fully all the way, but, you know, I'm gonna do a couple of resin refreshes. I probably will need that, I think, for the Leylines. If I don't need it for the Leylines, then I'll use it for, Furina weapon materials. Sorry, Kirara weapon materials. Sad song. Was there a sad song playing? Will Dia apply enough pyro for Emily to keep up the level 2? Yes. You don't really need that much pyro to keep up burning uptime. That's actually something I should jot down. A note. Make sure I go over how burning works. Go over burning in Sigewinne video. So burning, right? When you trigger it, you need Dendro and Pyro to trigger it, of course, right? But then after you trigger it, what happens is it puts an aura on enemies. That's the burning aura, and then every 2 seconds, it applies the burning aura itself applies additional pyro, and consumes the Dendro aura that's also still on the enemy. Which is why, like, Nahida is so good for burning, because Nahida basically will do more Dendro application whenever a Dendro reaction happens. So as long as enemies are tagged with her skill, and you start it going, burning keeps itself going with Nahida without having to, for quite a while, without having to reapply anything. Because Nahida's skill auto reapplies the burning, right? It's like you're starting a fire, and you need to add more fuel, add more grass to the fire, right? You don't add more fire to keep the fire going. You add more fuel, right? That's the idea with burning. And so Emily, like the important part, right, is to have some kind of recurring Dendro application, and Emily does that to keep up burning. Diaz should be more than enough. The weirdness with burning comes in with when you end up, right, that pyro that the burning aura applies. If you're doing something like using hydro units or electro units or whatever, right, you're including units that are, say, like going to use that Dendro aura, or sorry, use the pyro aura for like triggering a forward vape. And that is actually ideal in many ways, because like in this team, I want that to happen sometimes because I want some virgins. You need to overwrite that pyro to get some underlying Dendro to be able to put hydro on the enemy to get some virgin force generated. So like burning and virgin, like burning is weird. In that you like to get it to do like virgin shenanigans with burning, you need to overwrite the burning aura. But like Emily wants burning aura happening. From what I've seen, this team has the right dynamic where I think Emily will work really well. I'm not 100% positive because I'm not super confident that Virgin Emily is gonna work out well enough just due to Emily's own Dendro application. Like it's less Dendro application than Nahida, right? So this team might actually be worse with Emily. I think it will be better though, in many contexts. So, anyways, you'll see what I'm talking about when I start using this here. And I'll try to explain stuff going on in the live stream, and I'll try to explain stuff in the video itself. By the way, here's so like activate Dia, right? There's more cores, and then I can activate Dia again, and then I have the Sack Sword reset, so I can activate Dia again. A new wave spawn, I can still do another thing, right? That's the idea with Sack Sword, right? Like, can you not? A Sack Greatsword build on Dia lets you really consistently have flexibility with being able to trigger these Virgin Cores, especially in conjunction with the fact that Sigewinne does not need to take that much field time, right? So you actually have time to burst on Dia and use Dia's burst to trigger Virgin Cores as well. So this team feels exceedingly good in Overworld, and it feels really good just at adapting to new like things spawning with utilizing Sack Greatsword. I really like it. Why not C6 Sigewinne? Gee, I wonder why. Basically, burning and Virgin is equivalent or worse version of Quick and a Hyperbloom. As far as ease of use goes, yeah. Like the weird thing with this team is like how it can feel weirdly inconsistent. But like, it's better than most people realize. Especially like the strength of burning comes out when you start doing things like this team does, wherein obviously we can't see it against Hydro enemies. But you can start vaping on your Hydro units, right? Like that's a pretty. I didn't have this thing tagged with Nahida. Well, there we go. Okay. You can start vaping on your Hydro units, and that's pretty significant, right? So it's weird. The dynamic is really weird, but it also works far better than you might expect. And like to a degree that I don't think it should be discounted as a thing. Like most like notable theory crafters like Zajev J-Storm will basically ignore burning and Virgin as a serious consideration. So what do you mean possible? Is it possible for Furina and Sigewinne to work together? That they were basically made to work together. That's like Sigewinne's main problem, to be completely honest, is that her kit's main relevance is in conjunction with Furina. And like, without Furina's existence, she has a lot less relevance. With her C1, she starts to be a bit more relevant without Furina. Like, I think I will find ways to use her on occasion, just for like, you know, I think I could potentially do like Quick Bloom Yai teams that aren't doing that many additional Quick Blooms. But, I don't know, what would it look like? Quick Bloom, it'd be like Yai, Sigewinne, Probably Nahida still. And we'll say not Farina. We'll say official, right? Like a aggravate focused team, but with a little bit of additional quick blooms. I don't know. And Sigewinne's just there to do some skill buffing for Yai and Official. But again, like Yai and Official, like would be so much skill damage off field that it goes away fast. And that's a team that could use an on-field Dender unit too, right? Which is something. But like the difference between Sigewinne there, C0 and C1, I should say, is probably pretty significant in that context, doing Yai and Official together. So, yeah. Like, for her being a 5-star, I really feel like for her to have much more team versatility, like not just being, oh, this is, you can do double Hydro with Farina, and like this is a unit that can make your Farina significantly stronger, right? Like if you're, there's a large amount of the player base that has built Farina with like 150 ER, right? And if you're that kind of player, right, who wants to do a lower ER, higher damage build on Farina, if you're not doing double Hydra, you're probably not consistently bursting. Sigewinne can be a good turn brain off healer for a Farina team, right? Skill buffs Farina, double Hydro particles, right? Hydro resonance, and a little bit of additional Hydro application, nothing insane, but some additional Hydro, like, yeah. Aren't you broke on resources? I talked about this at the start of the stream. Remember, they resin refreshed. I used all my fragile resin, and I forgot about some stuff in the shop, basically. You're getting the worst enemies for doing anything. I guess. Let's do this. Oh. It died before nothing Dia automatically killed it. Oops. Alright. What is she even useful for then? She's useful for Farina. What do you mean what is she useful for? That's basically what she's made to be useful for. At C0. It's just like, I tend to use Farina in like, not... Hey, there we go. That's enough. Barely enough, but that's enough. Yay. Level 90. Let's go. She doesn't have 50k. Ah, really? That's so annoying. Do I have... Okay, if I don't need the ER, that gets her to 50k. And is a better crit ratio. I think I need the ER, though. It's so annoying. Not being at 50k. It really annoys me not being at 50k with triple HP. Alternatively... No, that also has a bunch of ER. No, I don't have anything that has heavy HP and ER, I don't think. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Here, we'll stick her on this for now for 50k, because that's the difference between reaching a new, like, you get the, based on how it's worded, every 1,000 of HP over 30,000. So that means on 1,000 HP thresholds, she gives it an additional tier of the flat damage buff. So that means I have to, like, being at 49,500 is not enough to get the next tier of flat damage buff. I have to be at 50,000. Did you get her cons for being cute? I got her cons for making her more useful in more teams. So, new characters will be able to use Sigewinne's kit. Yes, I mean, like, Emily is a skilled off-field skill damage dealer. She does an off-field skill damage buffing. And one thing that Emily kind of wants, is going to want in some contexts, is not having too much application that stops burning. I think this is a team that makes that work, even though it has double Hydro. But we'll see. It's going to be a wait and see. Emily's a really interesting character. I think it'll work well enough. So, anyways, we got a couple additional. I guess I didn't need to do that one resin refresh, but I think I might still. Since Zloifet gave me the resources, right? These are Primo Gems still that Zloifet gave. I will use some more, I think, today to be able to farm up for Farina's weapon. Let's go see how many we can get, though, in 2 runs. Yeah, I have basically 0. I need 6 of those to level up Farina's weapon. Would Emily work with Kave? Probably not. Yeah, I wouldn't really count on it, but I don't know. You could theoretically do Would Bennett Cloud retain? Well, no, you don't have Farina. Yeah, I wouldn't hope on it, but don't let me stop you. Okay. Your voice is comforting. Thanks, Kimberly. I did nothing to make it sound that way. Well, I mean, I bought this microphone, I guess. The microphone is part of it, but, you know. I hope we get an off-field Pyro applicator for Burgeon. I suspect the Pyro Archon will probably be better. They'll probably have more higher frequency hits, but... yeah. Anyways, like... The interesting thing, right, like, this is not a team that's configured to, like, be entirely around Burgeon. Burgeon is just, like, an incidental additional way to increase the team's DPS. In conjunction with taking value out of the Pyro application from burning, and the Pyro that Dia can deal, like, when bursting with the low field time requirements of the other characters. Of course, I don't have her burst up, but oh well. Okay, just getting interrupted everywhere. Okay, that's fine. Blam. Well, yep. Sigewinne as bad as Dia? No. But I also don't think Dia is that bad of a character. I think people need to reconceptualize how to use her. She's not a carry. She's a bad carry. If you're obsessed with every unit in this game being a carry, you are limiting yourself too much for how characters can be used. Unironically, as much as I railed on Mihoyo, and like as conventionally clunky as she is as a reaction enabler for the traditional ways we view characters for enabling reactions, this character, when you start doing things with like this team is doing, is actually a good reaction enabler. I'm not kidding. Like Dia is a large part of how this team works as well as it does. So, like, I don't know what to tell you. It's just like, she looks like a character. She looks like Hot Lady. She's a mercenary that, like, in story whacked on people, right? She's got flashy animations. Like, I get why people think she should be a good carry. I think they didn't match her style, her visual design with what her kit does at all. But I don't think that matters. I think it makes it better. Anyways, whatever. Was I? Yeah, whatever. Don't know if I was saying anything before that, but whatever. Doesn't matter.
I see everything.
You guys stop. Bye, please. There you go. Apparently this might be enough ER. Well, okay, enough ER in this domain where the enemies are probably dropping a bunch of particles. Gold, thank you. That actually helps a lot. Alright, that's probably 4 if we get lucky. 16, that's fun. I can math. 5 whites. That's 3. We have 4 golds total. Okay. So probably. Will I be streaming theater on Monday? Oh, is theater Monday? Yes, almost assuredly. It'll probably be at least Polearm's own. Well, no, we'll probably do my main account first, because my main account should be pretty quick, I think, for theater, unless there's a long story introduction. And then. Yeah. So yeah, yes, I do plan to. Yes. Actually, that means normally I use Monday to do a reading day because I have book club with my friends on Monday. Oftentimes I use Monday as like an off day to do reading, but let's go. We're gonna do. Close your eyes. I think this is the last resin refreshing I'm doing for the things that Loyfet gave, at least for now, because I don't. That should be enough, I think, to level up Kirara's signature weapon. So, theater's gonna suck on Polearms. Only it might be impossible. I don't know. I've been told that, like, supposedly, but this is, like, not from someone that was, like, in the beta or anything, right? That supposedly theater lets you solo the chambers, or whatever they're called, the equivalent of chambers, with characters. So you have to, like, select Like supposedly what it is, you have to like select like 18 total characters, including the trial characters, that are level 70 in the subset elements, which means I could select non-polar arm characters. So I might have to level up non-polar arm characters, but then I don't, like you have to select possible characters first, but then you choose on an individual chamber basis. Of those first 18 you selected, you select from those to like tackle the chambers. And you can apparently just solo chambers, which should make it doable on polearms only, but pretty boring, right? But also really dumb if I have to start leveling non-polearm characters. Like I have the resources to, but then obviously not use them. So I'm like not going to use the non-polearm characters, but I have to level them to even start the challenge, which is insanely stupid. But anyways, we'll see. Happy birthday to Alexandra. I didn't even see that in chat, but yes, happy birthday, Alexandra. Hope it's a good day for you. Hopefully I don't make it worse. So anyways, yeah, there's the borrowing friend character thing. But like, I have all the polearm characters, right? And there's not 18 polearm characters in the game, and you can only use 3 elements. So, I don't know. We'll see. It'll be interesting. I'll do it on my main account first, and then do it on polearm. So, anywho's, why did I come over here? Did I connect the resin? I did connect the resin. Or I never... Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Alright. Let's go finish... Wait, before... Let's see how many we actually need. So you never know. Maybe we actually get super lucky and I didn't need to do that. I should have done this beforehand. Give me 1 extra, right? Yeah, good job, Mona. Thank you. You did what I was hoping. Wow, you give another one even. How nice. But also the browns are not that useful. Can you give me extra silvers or something? Or 2 of these? No, only 1. That's fine. Especially if you refund some whites. Hey, she refunded a white. Thank you, lady. Alright, we only need 2 more golds, which should be 8 more whites. First lead is Electro, Pyro, and Animo. Yes. So, like, on polearms only, I only have... What is that? 5, 6, 7... 8 characters I can technically select, and you need 18. But 8 characters might be enough to be able to solo it. But not if they force me to... Like, if they force me to bring an actual full team of 4 characters in, that is not possible to do without bringing in non-polearm characters. And if that's the case, then I will just... Like, what I can do, right, is I can bring in non-polearm characters potentially, but then not ever switch to them, right? Like, put them on slot 4, but then never use them. And I'll try to purposely make sure like, that they're not even giving me a relevant resonance or anything, right? Like, I don't want to do double pyro when I wouldn't normally have double pyro in theater, right? So, like, I will probably do that, but I'll do, like, a poll. I'll do a community poll to see if people are fine with that idea. Because I think it's lame if I can't complete it at all, because, like, I would lose half of, like... Because they basically, instead of the Abyss, right, Abyss is resetting once a month, and then Theater resets once a month. So if I can't do Abyss and Theater, it would mean at all, like if I can't do Theater at all, it would mean I basically just lost a bunch of the recurring Prima Gems, like, over the course of a while. So, I don't know. Those are my ideas for ways to allow it, wherein, like, I would only actually be using polearm characters to clear it, but because of how they design the theater, I might be forced to level other characters to even start the challenge. That's my idea. But I haven't done any pre-leveling or anything for that, so I might not even be able to challenge it at all. So we'll see. Prepare your DPS cat. True.
He might feel a little bit.
Pay your dues.
Not bad. And Sigewinne's getting some pretty significant damage there. We've seen sus leaks about another potential endgame in Natlan. I'm not that surprised if there is. I sincerely hope there's something that's not theater. I want them to keep doing more with combat, right? Like, the combat system in this game is the most significant thing of, like, unutilized potential that this game has. Like, they've done meaningful innovation in the game design space of thinking of, like, creative new ideas for, like, the real-time combat functioning. So, what build do you have on Dia? She's on an Instructor's Fall EM, but with Sack Greatstar, so that she can use her skill to flexibly adapt to new waves spawning, and also trigger Virgin Cores when I need them triggered. It's pretty good. How about a roguelike? Yeah, I would love that. Alright. 3. Okay, if I get lucky, this is 4. Wait, no. No, if I get lucky, it's 5. Which should be enough. Okay, let's check. Let's check. Think there's any character in the game that would be better if they were a different weapon type. Oh, there definitely is. I mean, like Sigewinne, if her kit was exactly the same, but she was a catalyst user, would be quite a bit better because she could apply additional Hydra with catalyst attacks, right? Even if it was like melee range, like Baichu. So like, there's a lot of characters that could just be better by converting them to a catalyst, honestly, because then they could do some amount of application, even if it's not much, in certain contexts, right? So that's the cop-out answer, honestly, is converting a lot of characters to Catalysts. And also, yeah, Catalysts have Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. That's a very relevant factor as well, right? Like Sigewinne being able to use Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers would make her a meaningfully better character. A lot better character, actually. Like, significantly of a better character. Like, Jesus. If she could use... Right, like, because notably, remember, like, Sigewinne just likes stacking a bunch of HP. And gee, isn't that convenient that this weapon gives a whole bunch of HP and gives an attack increase in the next character? Like, that'd be strong. But yeah, it's part of why her kit feels undertuned, right? It's like, she's a bow character, she has like less options, like blah 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 blah. She should have had things like her C1 in her base kit. So anyways, like she kind of feels like she was balanced to be a catalyst character almost. Yeah, catalysts are the best weapon type, I think. All catalysts are literally the like, Mihoyo gets to design whatever the heck they want to design the characters to do. And they always have elemental infusion. Like, yeah, I think catalysts are usually the default strongest weapon type, I would say. So, bows is probably the worst. So most bow users that work a lot of the bow users could be converted to catalyst users and just be better, right? We need to go here. Not here, actually. We're here. And yoink. No extra there. It's not that important. I think we need to get... Mona needs to refund 1 here, and then we have enough. Thank you, Mona. Good job. Appreciate it. Alright. Actually, she could have had another chance with the gold. But I had to get a lot luckier with the gold than with the whites. Alright. Another refund. Wow. Oh, wait. I just crafted... Oh, oops. I miscalculated. Okay. Whoops. I did more than I needed to. Oopsies. You whoopsies. Claymores are the worst. Yeah, Claymores is not great. You could definitely do the same thing, convert a lot of Claymores to Catalysts, and they could be better. Yeah. What would D-Luke look like if he was a Pyro Catalyst? I mean, very weird. Like, if he's the same kit, I mean, he could just manifest, right? Like, D-Luke could literally be a Pyro Catalyst, but be better because he would just, like, instead of having an actual Claymore, he'd be manifesting an Elemental Claymore, right? Like, that would be better. Because then he could have, like, I don't know, whatever. He's not a bad unit when you're doing plunge shenanigans, right? But, anywho's. What was I doing? Oh yeah, cat weapon. Which I crafted too many materials for. Whoopsies. Whatever. It's... Oh, oops. Okay. I hope I have enough of those. Avi has a gun. True. That's why she's better. Oh boy, I'm like real on the edge of not having enough. Barely enough. Murdered so many sea creatures in my time and still don't have enough. Potentially. I think I only need 15. Alright, yeah, I'm almost completely out at this point of these with the sword and Sigewinne's own materials. I like Sigewinne enough that I probably will take her burst and skill to level 9, but not right now. It's not a priority. So, anywho's, like it's not that meaningful of a difference maker, right? Cat. And ascend. Do I even have the more to get it to level 90? Nope. Yeah, alright, so the last little bit of stuff we're doing. Let's do this. I don't want to be too aggressive with it. I do need some Stardust. I don't want to be too dumb. But I'd rather do that than farm ley lines. I will probably be farming ley lines, honestly, almost the rest of this patch, though, in order to get some resources for Emily, at the very least. Because, yeah. Anywho's, I also still need to do artifact farming for Emily, because, like, I don't have a good 4-piece deep... Well, I'm missing, like, 1 piece to complete 4-piece deepwood, but I can complete 4-piece deepwood with, like, an attack combo, which isn't ideal on Emily, but if I end up using her with Farina anyways, it'll be fine. Like, it won't be amazing, but it'll be fine. Like, I have 4-piece deepwood for Emily, but it's not my preference. And, like, I would really prefer not having to do this goblet, because, you know, I have... Where is it? I have this goblet, right? Like, I really want to use this goblet on Emily. It's beautiful, but it's an off-piece, so... Anyways. Emily's a 5-star Dendro next patch. She should be second half, which is good, so that's plenty of time to see what's in 5.0 to see if she's worthwhile for people to pull. Deepwood or Burning Set? I mean, Burning Set is going to be better, assuming someone else is on Deepwood on the team. If nobody else is on Deepwood, the Burning Set is going to be similar to Deepwood, from what I understand. But, like, yeah, there's a lot of context where, like, she's the sensible one. Like, right? Like, if I'm using Emily in this team instead of Nahida, your choices for Deepwood, like, you could put Dia on Deepwood, but without C2, she might have some downtime. But you could do Dia on Deepwood with Saccharate Sword. So I could do Dia instead of Instructors. I could do a full EM Deepwood build on Dia, right? And then Emily on the Burning Set would be better for overall team damage, is probably what would be best. But or you could just do the simple option and keep Emily on Deepwood, right? And then you don't have to worry about shenanigans with keeping uptime with Saccharate Sword or whatever. Yeah, her C2 is basically integrated Deepwood. Yeah, like her artifact situation is annoying because, like, whenever you're using Emily, if she's on the Burning Set, if you want to actually get meaningful utility out of the Burning Set to make it actually better than Deepwood, someone else on the team has to be on Deepwood, which means every time you use Emily, you got to think about that. And if you don't want to have to think about that, just put her on Deepwood. It's kind of the same as Nahida, right? Where, like, you could get more damage out of Nahida by putting Nahida on Golden Troop in many teams. But you don't want to have to constantly be like, ugh, who do I put on Deepwood now, right? So, anyways. Oh, yeah, finish the cat. Not that. She does not have the correct artifacts right now. Blam. There we go. And now, down to 500,000 Mora. Had to get by like 1 million more from the shop to even do this, to level this up and level Sigewinne up. But now I am done. Okay, I'm officially done leveling things this patch. I need to. I only have like a little over 2 weeks to like start properly farming for Emily. Well, no, Emily's in second half, or should be second half. If I get ganked by her on being first half, it's gonna be unfortunate because I'm kind of banking on her being second half at this point. Because I'm not gonna pre-farm for like boss drops until like the week before. So if they do the live stream and then, oh, surprise, Emily's first half, I'm gonna be like, oh crap. So anywho's, let's go start to actually test things. So yeah, single target damage, I guess we'll do first. We'll go do Abyss. By the way, I was testing this team with her at level 80 before. So that should be, a little bit worse, obviously. And I was getting 1 minute and 5 second clears with pretty good consistency. Like it took some optimization in the first half of the first chamber, right? That's pretty dang fast clears. And yes, like, again, Farina constellations making a significant difference here. I fully acknowledge that. I'll mention that in the video too. But like surprisingly strong, right? Anywho's. What are you going to do up until 4.8? Anyways, apparently play Sigewinne. So yeah, closer. Fatigue cannon, wait. Alright, do that first, and then we do this while we have the engine going. And then we do that, and then we can do this. Oops. You stop, bro. Alright. And then we can use our burst to trigger some Burgeons. And almost die. Okay, yeah, she probably needs more ER on this team, realistically. Like, You guys know how much HP that dude has, right? Yes, yes, Nahi is C2. That's why like the Burgeons will crit. And like the big number on screen makes Nahi to C2, making Burgeons and Hyperbloons crit seem like it's doing more than it is. You know, I don't think the Burgeon damage is even half of this team's damage, but it might be. I'm not gonna do a full like analysis. Yeah, and you saw the dynamic there, right? Where like having Sack Sword on Dia gives this like there's a large amount of optimization in like when to use the Sack Sword. Like I think I didn't use it perfectly there. And I think Sigewinne realistically needs more ER than this, so I probably have to switch back to that other ER piece, which means she's gonna go under 50k HP. Oh well, it's not the end of the world, it just makes me slightly annoyed not having her 50k. But yeah, like the Burgeon's critting there, like it just did there. Can be a significant DPS increase just based on RNG to an extent, because it is an RNG based thing, right? It's a 20% chance to crit. Well, if they crit a lot, then technically it can be a very significant increase, but it's variable. So like it's not like it's a meaningless DPS increase is my point. But also the entire team's DPS is not just Burgeon. A lot of the team's DPS is Farina. A lot of it is Farina. This is a team very much configured around trying to get significant damage from Farina. So, you know, keep that in mind. But the damage Sigewinne herself provides, both in buffing value and her own personal damage contribution with this Marsha Say's hybrid build we got going here, is pretty significant. So, yeah. Let's go test her against Liam. And then, how do you rate Wander? He's one of the characters I personally dislike the most in the game. He's an on-fielder that is pretty inflexible for his teams. He has very little team versatility. He really wants interruption resistance because getting touched by the minorest of hits knocks him out of the air and makes him lose all of his damage. He's an okay overworld character. That's my opinion on him. And mostly just because like he feels good for like exploration, be able to fly over things. Like he's an overworld character to me. What con is your Shunyun? C1. I don't know why are you asking that. I'm not. She wasn't even in the conversation at all here. We're gonna switch back to the like the difference in losing 180 flat damage is not that significant, right? So the ER is far more important here. But anyways, back to this build. So 124 ER versus like the 110. So it's fine. All right, hello, sir. Let's do this thing indeed. I'm gonna try doing this first this time. There's a 50k vape, I think.
Commit it to memory. You're dead meat.
Alright, and the idea there is to trigger the Burgeons with Dia's Burst, not get big talent damage. I probably should have waited to do that, but fine.
Roll. Sharing my knowledge. This is unwise.
Oh my god. Right. And this team is quite a bit more survivable with all the stuff going on. Or with all the stuff going on. With Dia, right? Like, this is a survivable team, has very constant damage output, has very, very strong ability to adapt to new things spawning. Like, there's a lot of strengths to this team. The downsides are in that, like, the actual damage output can feel weirdly variable, and it is a bit of, like, there's probably a meaningful amount of skill expression. I think that's a good thing. I think this is, like, one of the formats for like my ideal kind of team as far as how they feel to play, because it has flexibility. Like I really like units that have like this weird mix of like low field time. It's why like I really like the idea of doing like a quick swappy Alhaitham where you just like spend a few seconds on fielding with him and then you burst with him and switch to someone else. But then Alhaitham's kit was configured in a way that really doesn't allow that very easily. Sigewinne's kit is allowed to do that. Like it's the main thing you're meant to do with her on field at a baseline. So, I don't know. It's not like this is an easy build to achieve, right? With an Aqua and pretty good artifacts on her, right? Like, these are very, very good artifacts for her. And, you know, Dia C1 is not really relevant. Dia C2 would be nice for this team. Dia C2 for this team would reduce the need for Sacrificial Greatsword a lot. Sac Greatsword could still be nice, though, for being able to adapt to new waves. You'll see that in the Abyss. Nahida and Prototype Amber just makes the team a little bit more comfortable, too. My Nahida could be a lot stronger Nahida, right? But what the team gains... And by the way, for the video, I guess I could just... This would probably... Disabling Deepwood for this team would be worse than... I'm pretty confident it would be worse than the damage gained from Nahida C2. So I might do that for the video, or I might not. I don't know. Anyways, point is, right, a lot of people have a lot stronger Nahida build. But Nahida's own talent damage contribution is not that crazy in this team. It's mostly she's just there for the Dendra application. And then the buffing with like her EM buff and whatnot. And then Farina is doing a very significant amount of damage. Like, this is basically at its baseline a team. Like, if you remove Sigewinne, the biggest thing with this team is like I can probably remove Sigewinne here and put Kokomi, which my Kokomi's not on the correct build for this, right? But I could probably remove Sigewinne here and put Kokomi on. Jesus Christ, I'm a stroke. Use Kokomi instead of Sigewinne, right? Same baseline idea of having a healer. Having a short field time unit, having someone that's doing a little bit of additional Hydro or whatever. But, like, I don't know. Sigewinne has more reason to actually be in this team than Kokomi still. Because, like, you can build her for crit without negative 100% crit rate. Right? Like, you could technically do crit Kokomi. But crit Sigewinne is obviously a bit more accessible. You could probably use Barbara, yeah. Sigewinne is probably the least necessary part of this team. But I don't know. I suspect... Really? Okay, we're gonna go... Yeah, let's go... Oh, I don't have that one unlocked. Whoops. We're just gonna go here. I suspect Sigewinne makes this team meaningfully better versus Kokomi. So... Kokomi still does more damage than that crit. Yeah, you're probably correct. On an invested Kokomi build. Which do I don't want to say. I hate switching artifacts. Whatever, it's fine. She's using. It's easy to switch her back. She's on flop right now. Do I have enough ER on my ocean hued pieces? Is the question. I have no idea. Probably with double Hydro, I do. Alright, there we go. She converts healing bonus to damage, right? What do I even do for a weapon? Thrilling Tales does basically nothing here. I guess I just leave her on sack. I guess I could put her on... Oh, Thrilling Tales would be more damage, theoretically, right? I just leave her on sack, maybe? I don't know. Fab? She's not going to crit. Fab could be for the ER, I guess. But I don't think she needs ER with this build. In this team. I don't know, I'm just going to leave her on sack. I'm gonna be lazy, sorry. I don't think it matters that much, right? So, anywho's. So first, let's switch back to Sigewinne. Proto Amber. Oh yeah, true. I can do Prototype Amber. Go back to Sigewinne. Excuse me. Okay, your ER is fine. You'll get it back. Fight the local legends in Chenyville. They have an aura on them permanently. So they kind of screw up things.
Make yourselves a move. I see everything. You might feel a little bit. I'll be fine.
Oh, okay, good to know. You get interrupted. If you get frozen with Sigewinne, she gets interrupted. And yeah.
I swear it's for medical research.
Oh, Dia's skill ran out. Dang it! I didn't get any good base going there. I did that bad. Whatever.
Let's get it on.
They're dying too fast. See, I want this, by the way. Like, I want this, but these enemies like up to like level 100, basically, because they die too fast, and then I can't like actually properly like do a rotation in a lot of situations. I think that was just 176,000 from Farina. What? Yeah, like I said, it's like a Farina DPS team. Farina C2 is doing a lot of work here. But like, it's good enough that snap. It's good enough that I think Sigewinne is doing meaningful damage too, right? But obviously not as much as Farina.
Committed to memory.
I think this is probably usable with at lower investment. Let's see, freaking new waves of things. God dang, right? The new waves are actually really annoying here because they're too rapidly spawning. With normal rates of wave spawning, it's fine. But anyways, that wasn't bad, obviously. It's just they died too fast because the team is too strong. Yeah. Let's go get our energy back here. It'd be overkill if you use Farina's weapon. This team, I'm pretty sure, is a team context in which Kyokai's suit is better than her weapon. I'm not kidding. The reason being is, right, you're giving EM for the team. That benefits the team. It benefits the Burgeon damage, right? It increases Nahida's talent damage. It benefits Sigewinne when she's triggering some vapes, which is potentially more often than you think. She doesn't apply a lot of Hydro, but she can trigger some significant vapes. I think I've seen like 60k or 50 or higher from her. I wouldn't be surprised if I get up to like 80k. It's really hard to tell because there's too much Hydro damage going on, but like, anyways, right? Like key here is probably better than Farina's signature. Is my point. It gives her a lot of HP. It gives a team buff, and it gives Farina a lot of EM, right? To as well. And when she's triggering forward vapes, that's why like that EM increases like her forward vape from, you know, being a two times multiplier to like probably towards a 3 times multiplier when she has all the EM buffs going on in this team. So yeah. Whoa. No. Okay. Wait, it's coming back. There we go. Alright, bye-bye. Oh, you gonna make a video about the weapon since Nilu's gonna rerun? Maybe? Like, I might talk about how, like, it's a very strong increase for Nilu. Like, as far as like your priorities, if you want to enjoy Nilu, right? And it depends. Like, I don't know if Nilu. I think the current rumor is that like Emily and Yelan are second half, and then Nilu Navia first half. The Nilu Navia banner is not a very good weapon banner unless you like Navia, right? And even then, Navia has a pretty good amount of other relevant weapons for her. That like I don't think her weapon is one of the more worthwhile weapons, but Kyokai's suit for Nilu is like one of the more worthwhile weapons, right? But it's weird. We should heal up quick. Start here. We're gonna test Kokomi, right? I think in this situation, Kokomi this actually might be a bit biased towards Kokomi. The reason being is because it'll be like Kokomi putting a thing down that just stays on field and like with sack on her. Let's not freaking switch. Yeah, I don't know. So like key anyways for Nilu is a pretty significant increase, but make sure you have Nahida for Nilu before you're considering doing something like key for Nilu is probably what I would say. But yeah, as far as like key for Farina though, I think it's a more compelling option for Farina. I think it enables more fun things with Farina teams than her own signature does. It still has the same problem of like you need a lot of ER in solo Hydro teams. Like I could probably I might be able to get away with not running an ER timepiece in this team, but honestly for comfort I'm just gonna leave her at 200 ER. I really hate when Farina doesn't have her burst up. feels so bad. So, anywho's. Switch to... What about Kokomi. Yeah, that's what we're going to test. So, like, yeah, realistically, so this is Kokomi on, like, a normal Ocean Hued clan build. We'll switch to Proto Ember. Yeah, sure, Nahia can be on sack. It's fine. Hello.
Shower me with praise. Time to shine. Everyone hop in. Allow me. Billowing
I didn't Nahia to burst. Okay.
Hey, the Temple of Wisdom.
Right, the Hydra you get from... The notable thing you're probably seeing here is there is a bit more core generation. Okay.
Strike a pose. Let the world collide.
Not that surprising.
Everyone hop in.
She definitely applies more Hydra, right?
Rest and rebuild. Torrent, bring refuge.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Yeah, well, goodbye my energy, it's fine. I kind of skipped some stuff with Dio here, probably. But hey, see, it's just time to use Dio's burst, and then we can swap out.
let my name echo in song. I see everything. Buckle up. Hold the line.
This...
Yourselves at home. Covenant of the deep.
Oh, frick, new wave spawn. God dang it, okay.
Let the world collide.
So yeah, this is definitely biased towards Kokomi here. This is a situation where, like, grouped enemies, crowded together, a little bit more, like, Burgeon is being a lot stronger here, so more core generation is like, going harder. But it's not like it's insanely better, and I don't know, I think I like how the other teams plays more. I don't know, right? But that's Sigewinne's main problem, right? To be clear, is like, other characters that fulfill pretty similar roles exist. The difference with like Sigewinne notably versus Kokomi is that Sigewinne is a bit more brain off for Furina, and Sigewinne starts to be better for Furina in some contexts too, notably because of her like skill damage buff. Right, that was just a normal Ocean Dew clan build, and like trying it the first time there made it feel better than the Sigewinne variation of this team. I suspect with Sigewinne activated, which I'm not going to do right now, Sigewinne will actually feel better, maybe even in that situation. But again, that was a situation pretty heavily biased towards Kokomi, with the additional Hydra application value. And I didn't even use Kokomi that much, but just like the AoE Hydra application from Kokomi's Jellyfish there was quite significant, right? Is kind of what I think I noticed. So, yeah, anywho's, you get the point. Kokomi is a good character. Most people acknowledge that. There's probably more situations where you would find Kokomi useful versus Sigewinne. But at the same time, honestly, for how I play the, like, I don't really, like, there's a reason my Kokomi build was in the flop build. Like, I don't use, that was for a Nilou team build, right? This 4-piece flop build. I don't actually use it that often, but despite that, Kokomi kind of stays on that build. And that's because that's the main use case I have had for Kokomi. Most of the time, I have other healer options, such that I haven't really felt the need to have a Hydro healer. In the way that Kokomi works, where she mostly heals, like with her Jellyfish, right? She heals the on-field unit. I have no, oh frick, look, I think she used this before. She mostly heals the on-field unit, right? And that, like, she can do team-wide healing, of course, but you have to use her burst, which means you have to on-field her. And like when you want like a team-wide healer for Furina, that's not ideal, because like you need to have a team that's flexible to have that field time. This team is flexible for the field time, right? But I've just found not a ton of situations where I actually want to use Kokomi. That isn't with Nilou for quite a while now. And that's just because I've gotten, you know, other compelling healer options, right? Like, I'd rather do things with Baiju as minors, as Dendro reaction stuff and Dendro buffing is. I'd rather do that than, you know, doing Kokomi. If you're someone who likes mono hydro, right? You like the idea of Farina, Yelan, Kokomi, Kazuha or something. Kokomi is more compelling for mono hydro probably than Sigewinne is, most likely. Although being that Farina is the only one in that team that would actually use the skill damage buff, it might actually be better still. I'm not sure. That'd be on the line. I don't know, right? Like that's her problem, is like Kokomi already exists. And the niche she feels is that she's a bit more brain off as far as healing. She's a bit easier to use because she just, you know, press E for many cases and she will do some decent team-wide healing, right? It really does feel like to me that C1 gets her just past that point of like being like, she's like, most of the time right now. Whereas C1, I think she could be quite compelling with any off-field skill-based damage dealing focused team. Not even focused team, just with like any off-field skill-based damage dealer makes her a very compelling choice. So it depends on your account, right? She's not a worthless character by any means. I suspect I will actually have more cases where I'll use her versus Sigewinne, or versus Kokomi, just because her healing is easier to use and she has a buff that's relevant. But that's also factoring in the fact that I will have C1 activated, right? So, anywho's. Mono Hydro wastes so much reaction potential. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so before we go into the Abyss and I show some things in the Abyss, we can try to test. Oh, frick, I guess I shouldn't have switched Kokomi out, but we can go check the team in Abyss. And again, like my whole focus with my videos though isn't like, oh, this character is going to be way better than this character, right? My point is like, hey, I can have Sigewinne and I can have a really fun use for her, right? It isn't that, oh, you should get her over getting Kokomi. My point is like, you can still have a lot of fun with this character, and I'm having a lot of fun with her. Right? So, can you make Dia glow again? Is that bug still, does it still exist? I'm not gonna do that right now because I got other better things to do, but maybe again. Yeah, I have C6 Yelan and she will forever be powered down until the day I can turn off her constellations. Okay, let's go do this event. We can do some fun things here with Sigewinne. I think they all use, no, okay, the last one uses melt. Okay. We can do some Sigewinne shenanigans here. You want to use Raiden, huh? How about we do Sigewinne instead? Actually, maybe we can do, wait, can we do Hyper Raiden and Sigewinne? Let's go. Let's do Electro Charge. We'll do Raiden, Fischl, Farina, and Sigewinne. Sigewinne's still on her DPS build. Yep. Thanks for the tutorial. Yep. Alright. Farina, you killed things too fast. I probably should have cast her skill first.
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
Raiden really get 90,000? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect 90,000 from Raiden in this team.
There is no escape.
You know what? Raiden's skill. Oh man, Raiden getting some significant off-field damage, right?
He might feel a little pretty. Illusion shattered.
Um,
Time to shine.
like Hybrid Raiden can already get some pretty significant off-field damage from her skill. Sigewinne should actually be pretty good for Hybrid Raiden with that skill buff. Oh, there we go. Skip ads for now. Sigewinne Electro Charge is kind of really good. Yeah, I actually really like that. Remind me before the end of the stream if I forget. We should try, because Electro Charge, we could do an Electro Charge team to deal with the second half of Chamber 1. Like bringing in Fischl, Sigewinne, Farina, and then yeah, like doing that same team potentially could maybe Beto instead of Raiden would be better for shield breaking. But some kind of like similar team to that, just maybe swapping out Raiden, would be really good, right? We're gonna use the same team core there. But I think this team just on its own, right? This should be enough Hydro and Electro to get through the Electro Shields. Like, Electro Charge, I think, is pretty dang good for the whatever it's called, the Chamber 1 Pyroelector second half. This event is teaching players reactions. Yes, this kind of event I think is actually pretty important for the game. I like this kind of event. It's relatively simple, but yeah, it's definitely meant to be like, hey, here's reactions in the game. That's actually, they teach people, players. Like, this is how Moho actually teaches players. The problem is, like, these don't run that often. They don't actually, like this is the kind of event that should be permanent content that's, like, introduced pretty much at the start of the game, in my opinion. But, like, with even more trial characters. Like this kind of event, but you can only use the trial characters towards the start of the game. So, like, this Electro Charge, tutorial. Why is there no music here, by the way? This Electro Charge tutorial would be, giving you all the Electro and Electro, and, like, imagine that. That'd be so cool, right? A tutorial mode that's just, like, pretty simple at the start of the game that lets you choose specifically all Electro and not that you would only do Hydro and Electro characters together, but it's to teach you the reaction, right? It could be a compelling way. Like, they can do so much better, man, with, like, actually teaching new players. But instead, it's just like occasionally, a couple of times a year, they have events that teach players. Wow.
Happy to apply. No escape. Shower me with praise. Let my name echo. Calm down. By royal decree. Happy to apply. Clear for medical research. Well.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. We'll do riding, but things are dying too fast, so things are still dying too fast.
Shine down. Let the world collide. You might feel a little bit.
I'm gonna have Fisher going here. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. That's pretty dang fun. I like that. Obviously, that chamber really wants you to, it gives you additional effects from Electro Charge, right? I don't suspect it'll be quite as strong in Abyss. But yeah. Okay, Frozen. What can we do for a freeze team? I do not have cryo units built other than Ganyu, and I don't really feel like configuring her. So you know what? We will use their trial characters, but we will use Sigewinne, and we will use Kazuha. I learned elemental reaction just doing random stuff. Yep. Indeedly. I just swirled Hydro. It's fine, I guess. And, they said to use Freeze, but I rather Sigewinne. This is what you wanted to see, right? You wanted to see Ayaka as Sigewinne support. I'll do one Ayaka, I think. Wow, she gets less damage than my Sigewinne. Like, Sigewinne is the first character that has felt like it's given me a compelling reason to consider doing double Hydro. That, like, double Hydro with Farina in a way that's actually fun. I'm not doing enough cryo, so I keep on killing things with just Hydro damage. Blam. Yeah, I know you have to kill them while frozen, that's why it took me so long. A little bit too much Hydra there. Charlotte, is my Charlotte configured? I feel like I'll just use their Charlotte. Same thing, except, yeah, we'll do the same thing. You know what? Here, we'll. I don't know if my Ganyu has any artifacts, but we're gonna find out. How much ER do you need with Tion Farina? I mean, in this team, probably less than I have. I have about 200 in this team. It's probably more towards like the 160-ish range, I think, in this team. But like, it's probably not insignificant. But I probably don't need an ER timepiece.
Time to shine. This is long overdue. No touching. I swear it's for medical research. What's new? Wicked news! Born of ice and frost. Blaze over.
She has enough artifacts to get her energy back, that's for sure.
Say cheese!
I should have done DPS Charlotte. I don't know if that one counted. Are they just doing enemies one by one? Hmm?
Time to shine. Hold that pose. Hard hitting it. Don't be nervous.
Die.
Just relax.
Oh, that died without freezing.
Access denied. For Rex Lapis. Say cheese. Let the world collide. Born of ice and frost.
Oh. Blam. Alright. It's amazing that one artifact set killed every cryo team. Indeed, it kind of is. Alright, last one. Wait, this one gives more Primogem rewards. What a world. We have to do melt, huh? Well, you can do melt shenanigans with a hydro unit. Like, you can do freeze melt kind of things. We're just gonna do... we're gonna take the opportunity to do... How much do you want to bet their Ganyu is worse than my Ganyu? We'll find out. Watch this Ganyu not burst consistently. But yeah, let's do... Wait, I don't have any other cryo units. Well, I can do Charlotte. We'll see. Can Charlotte Ganyu do enough cryo for her? For Arlecchino? We'll find out. Marshall say Hunter's just 5-star Berserker. What does Berserkers do? I don't even remember. I can't see. Whatever.
Blaze over.
2,000 attack. On really? Really, Mihoyo? You gave a 4-piece Blizzard Strayer build on Ganyu? In the melt domain? Or the melt trial thing event? And this ER is... Okay. Alright. Mihoyo logic, I guess. It's fine. I love Charlotte. Ganyu is definitely triggering the melts.
Access denied. This is long overdue. Breaking news! Teamwork is trick.
Oh, well. Gonna go.
Target practice.
Yep, their Ganyu is literally worse than my Ganyu, and I don't use Ganyu, and she might be missing artifacts. Good job, Mahalo. Wow. Alright. Melt. What are these characters? Arlecchino and Kaya. Ooh, actually, I'll take Kaya. Sukaya and Bennett. And my Ganyu. Yeah, I got Sigewinne. Thanks to someone else. Honestly, it kind of makes me think, like, I think I put this in a comment. I've said this before, I think, but Zoifed, if you're still watching, do let me know. Like, Zoifed jokingly commented on the edited video that, like, hopefully jokingly, that's saying they're broke. They were like, I'm broke in Sigewinne list now, but hopefully you can do something with her. If you want, I can't guarantee it's, like, definitely, like, the ad revenue is not that significant. And I didn't have any, like, sponsor for the video, right? Obviously, well, you were the sponsored. But if you need the money back, like, I can probably give you the ad revenue for the video. So, but feel free to message me, email me, ideally. Email is on the about page for YouTube. So, Oh yeah, what's my Ganyu look like? Sackbow, huh? Yeah, this is a better Ganyu build for this purpose, honestly. Like, it's almost good. She just needed a different circlet, right? It's almost good. This is a better Ganyu build for this purpose. Good job, Mahoya. Wait, oh, okay, you know what? Probably don't need to bother making sure I snapshot with Kaya, but I'm going to. I have no idea if Ganyu burst snapshots. Doesn't matter. Alright, let's do that. Really frozen. Check the Kaya build. Oh boy. Is it a freeze build too? Oh wait, I didn't check the build. Frick. Try again. I'm that guy's brother. He said send the ad money to me. I will be asking for some amount of proof from them. I won't just be giving money to people that ask me for me, so don't bother trying to pretend you're Zloifet. If you do, you will quickly be on my ban list. I mean, okay. You know, for what it's worth, they did give him Vav, so at least this build is functional for Melt, right? Whereas like Ganyu, they just like didn't. Right? You don't even have brothers, see? There you go. But yeah, I can't even promise like the amount of views the video has now, it might only be like $100 like, but you know, I will at least and like I do want to make some amount of money for the video, because like it did take me like a good, like it took me amount of work to make that, but I can get money from my Yomi Holic partnership that will pay me for it at the end of the month. I don't even, yeah, whatever. So like I'm comfortable giving you the ad revenue is my point. But it's probably, I can almost assure it's not going to be enough to, like it'd have to get like 100,000 views or towards 100,000 to be able to pay back what you spent. That's why for these wishing videos, I normally have Paimon's Bargains sponsor one. And then I also purchase them through Paimon's Bargains, which gets me them cheaper, right? So like when I do the what does $300 video get me, like my end cost is only $160. So it makes it a lot easier to break even or profit from them. Like it's a business cost for me. I will probably not be able to, the ad revenue is probably not going to be enough to get you all your money back. But if you do need the money, like if it was that impulsive of a decision for you as Loifet, especially, I am more than comfortable with giving you the ad revenue. It should be more than $40, but you know, it's not. Don't expect $400 ad revenue. That's all I'm saying. Okay, well, we're done with that. There's still like 2 days left on this, right? So I don't. Yeah. Okay, so I only need to claim as much for my dailies. 3. I think, is that enough? I think it's not. Nope, that's annoying. There's 2 days left. What I will do, I have, okay, these can be a day, this can be tomorrow's, and then this can be like Sundays. So what I will do, I have a sneaky thing over here that I was saving for situations just like this. Pretty much all my savings are impulsive. Or your spendings are impulsive. I imagine if your spendings are impulsive, you have no savings. You know? Hopefully you have some savings. Don't spend money you can't afford to lose, right? That's kind of it. Or more specifically, don't spend money on things that aren't for your survival, for your well-being. That you can't, like, sometimes you do have to spend money that you don't really have, like, you know, using a credit card to buy food or whatever. That's because you need food. So here's saving these for a situation like this. There we go. Okie dokie. We'll go to the Abyss shortly here. Everybody watch the video 10 times. Yep, I mean, yeah, if you want Loifa to get more ad revenue.
Don't slip and fall.
If you have Discord, you can also message me on Discord's Loifa. It doesn't really matter. Why did I come here? Wrong thing.
Add Ash. Thank you for.
All right. Anything else to do? I think I'm good. Right? Yeah, we can go test now. All right, go test an Abyss. So, let's talk about the other Hydra-related teams with Sigewinne. What do you mean, other Hydra-related teams? What do you mean? I'm confused. Events are short this patch. Yeah, I noticed that as well. It's kind of weird. I don't really... I'm assuming they want people to like focus on Imaginarium Theater or something. That's why they're ending it 2 days. Okay, so we'll do... First, I want to do the team before that I was using, right, on the first side. And then I'll do things in the second half. Because I think Sigewinne Farina, just at a baseline, should be pretty okay at the second half. But Farina on her own is not the greatest for dealing with the shields, right? She can be fine, but usually you want some amount of other, like doing Farina and Fischl, right? Or whatever. But Farina Sigewinne should be slightly better, even though Sigewinne is not playing that much Hydra, right? But should be slightly better. And then, you know, if we do Farina Fischl Sigewinne, right? I want to do an electric charge team in the second half. I think that could be fun. So, yeah, we're gonna do this team first. Watch me play this team way worse than I played yesterday. So I was playing in this team a bunch yesterday with her at level 80, right? Wait, yeah, I guess we can try to take it all the way through. Who do I use the second half? Frickles. Probably something official. Do I do... I do some Yelan hybrid riding shenanigans, maybe? And again, Yelan is super powered down, so... something like this. Probably Dender Traveler's better, but it'd be more fragile. Yeah, we'll just throw in Baiju. It was a bit of a 5-star heavy clear, but whatever. Whatever. Two of them are... one of them is standard banner. Yeah, Shenhe does indeed not exist. Burst damage, that's fine. Okay, so... like, this team adapts really well. This is part of why I like switched to Saxword on her. You'll see. If I do this well. At least. Alright. Like, doing that, and then if I just do this should basically annihilate. No, not quite. Okay. The way, so it will still work. Actually, wait. No, you know what I can actually showcase with this team? Here. What I was doing yesterday. I haven't found like the perfectly optimal way to clear this. Do something like this. Do something like that. Do this. Do this. And then do this. Okay, right? And then this two spawns. Do that. We have Saxword reset. Right? You die. Wait. Oh, what? What happened? Did I not Saxword? No, I'm confused. That was fine, to be clear. The Burgeons weren't being triggered and I was confused because, like, did I not use Theo's skill again? Maybe I actually had the second skill. Alright, whatever. Let's just... let me focus. I'm just gonna shut up for a second. Yeah, we're just gonna use that, I think, because we just go over here, right? Right, there we go. Oops.
Let's get it on. Hi. Don't be nervous. Just relax.
It's 50k there. There we go. Okay. Didn't have the turn down for this one, right? But it's fine.
Hey, make yourselves at home. Calm down. You might feel a little pricked. Look alive.
Could have used Dia Burst there potentially, but
Spread your wings and raise a storm!
Echoing song. Sharing my knowledge.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, don't be nervous. Just relax.
The eternal ways of Let's get it on! Lots
I used Dia Burst. That was not very good.
Goodbye.
And that was a 1 minute and 13 second clear. Like, it's probably more than good enough to clear here. I'm gonna go through the rest of the chambers. I think we can probably clear with this configuration of teams. Yes, Yolana C6. I'm gonna not use her C6. She has an attack percent time bees and a def circlet. She is heavily powered down. Also, I don't know if she's using the right weapon right now, so hopefully she gets her burst back.
Busted. Game's up. Time's over. Quiet.
Remember, health comes first. Mind the...
Illusion shattered.
Right.
Wings of darkness.
Busted. These are about to get tight.
A bitter pill to swallow. Taking a turn for the better.
There is no escape.
Maybe should have Baiju bursted there. I don't know.
Quiet now.
I think I just like barely don't have enough energy on Yolana, which is really annoying. Okay. Alright, I'm waiting for the... Well, I should... whatever, I'm waiting now. Whatever, I probably shouldn't have waited, actually. Okay, yeah, it took too long for that to come down.
Busted. Game's up. Time's over. Illusion shattered.
Seems like an emergency.
The doctor was thunder.
As you wish, ma'am.
Oops, I thought I was on Raiden there. My bad, I accidentally used the... Yolon C2 is helping with Hydra application here, right? But,
Shine down.
you know, normally I would just use Xingqiu.
Busted. Here comes the catch.
Well, I think I have scuffed this a little bit.
Mind the side effect.
Torn to oblivion.
Yep, I should have bursted with Baiju. Whoops. Whoopsies. Okay. You know what? Fine. We gotta redo the first side anyways. Yolon on dull blow, maybe. Can I? You know what? Fine. Let's just go put Yolon on a proper weapon. I think she's on the event weapon. Yeah, that's. Look, it's not technically terrible, but fix. There we go. Now she should actually get her burst back. So yeah, this is a very powered down Yolon on purpose, right? So you know, I can't turn off the Hydra application, but that's fine. The Hydra application is the if I could turn off Yolon constellations, I would turn her down to C2, right? Yolon C2 is like part of why I don't have Xingqiu built properly. I have him built to be usable if I really need him, but you know. Okay. So I maybe should just do full. I don't know. Like honestly, I think one of the best approaches, by the way, for this best if you're struggling, is to just like clear the second chamber with like your preferred second, third chamber with like stronger, like more typical DPS oriented teams, and then you configure a little bit different teams for the first chamber. Because like I could remove Baiju from this team and configure a team that's probably slightly better. Like a more electrocharge focused team would probably be better at clearing the shields and whatever, right? But it's fine. We'll just stick with what we got going here. Also, Hybrid Raiden is probably not. Well, it's probably fine. If I use Baiju Burst, it should be fine. Okay, let's go test this one more though. Burst.
Look alive! Make yourselves at home!
die. Thank you.
This might hurt a little.
Buckle up.
I swear, it's for medical research. Time to shine. A minute to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
Nope. Okay, we'll just use this thing. Why are they separated? No, they're buttholes. Okay, whatever. It's fine.
Let's see.
Buttholes. I love buttholes. Yep. Okay. No, I hate. Love RNG.abyss because you know the AIs decided to like what is with the behavior though? It's so dumb. We're gonna like waltz on backwards for 3 minutes. That's what it feels like sometimes. Like obviously it's only a few seconds. They walk backwards and they will charge like towards you. Is usually what they do, but it's like just awful. It just feels like very intentionally time wasting behavior on the enemy's part. Like whatever.
Strike a minute to memory.
Let's get it on.
Oh, didn't mean to double skill there already. Whatever. Should be fine. Probably. Whatever.
Medical
It's
research.
fine. It's almost more fun doing that to the start, anyways.
This might hurt a little.
Buckle up.
Alright, there's I was talking about with Bia's modality, with being able to use her skill with Sack Sword to be able to
Memory.
Let's get it on.
selectively
Keep yourselves a room.
reapply if you need.
Don't be nervous. Just relax.
Really? There we go.
Your coming was foretold. Director Williams, embrace the storm.
Your mind is echoing song. Strike. Everyone hold hands.
Where do you think
One
you're
more
going?
person.
Look alive.
Kill.
Well, we would like some energy, please. There we go. Okay.
For medical research.
No. Could have done that better, but you know, there's a 1 minute and 4 second clear. That's what I was getting with like a more clean attempt yesterday with her level 80. I think that could have been reduced down. Obviously, I'd done that a little bit better in the last phase or last wave there, probably down towards under a minute, right? And that's why like I'm getting that good of clears with a team with these constellations and like with the weapons I have. I do think that the team might be pretty usable at lower investment, but obviously still a lot harder. This is a very hard chamber. I'm not recommending using that specific team, but you know, still not bad.
Take it easy. There is no escape.
Oz, reveal thyself. The doctor will see you.
Taking a turn for the better.
I didn't get long yet.
Gotcha. Game's up. Game's over. Inazuma shines eternal.
How are you not dead, bruh?
Midnight vent. A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
Busted. Here comes the count. Quietly now. Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
Well, that one didn't get knocked back yet. Oh crap, whatever. Okay, that's fine. Whatever.
Shine down. Busted. Game's up. Time's over.
No, I should do this. Stop.
Now you shall perish.
Terrible there, by the way. But,
Transcend all constraints.
oh my god. Everything is dumb. Everything dumb.
Mind the side effects.
Here comes the count. Gotcha.
So I did this really terribly, by the way.
Illusion
I
shattered.
think it'll still be fine. Because I hadn't good enough clear on the first side, right?
Taking a turn for the
But
better.
that was not ideal. That's the rough part about this abyss. It's like you need like a really good clear for most teams on the first side, and you need a pretty good clear on the second side.
Shine down.
Also, I might still screw up here.
Swallow as you wish me.
Ride and go.
Quietly now.
Ride. Wind. And I still failed because that's how bad I am, apparently. That's how bad I am, apparently. Okay. Yep, this Abyss cycle, man.
Let's
Get it on!
share my knowledge.
Alright, let's start with the burst because I think it's more fun.
Relax.
Blam.
Let's go.
I did not hit a tag yet. I didn't need to not hit a tag before. That, why not? Oh, well, okay, that's why not. Oops.
Shower me. Stop and let the world come alive. A minute to memory.
I didn't tag the one. I hate these dudes moving. It's so annoying.
Little bit.
No, no, nope. Mm. I do not think the the second team was probably not the best team I could make for the second side, but I also refuse to use Nubilet, so there's that.
Grow. Share my knowledge.
I should have won that after, but it's fine.
I swear, it's for medical research.
Alright. This. Alright.
Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive. Whoa! I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom. You might feel a little prick.
Where's the other one? There it is. Sorry.
Hold still.
There we go. Oh, wrong direction. Good lord.
Raise the star!
Time to shine. Hey,
DPS checks are no fun. This is less of a DPS check in this chamber, and more of a everything else check.
let's see.
It's a DPS check too, but it's like adapting to waves check and whatever. That's good lord. See, that's ah man. That was a minute clear. It was Sigewinne Dia, dude.
By royal the doctor was senior.
Seems like an...
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey. Inazuma shines eternal.
Do you get bounced away slightly less? Good lord.
Shine down.
Midnight Fantastic. Mind the side effects. Remember, health
Here comes the catch.
Could group these boys more properly. I would appreciate it.
Now you shall perish.
Oh, frick me! Okay, whatever. We're gonna do this. That was the wrong ability. Whatever.
Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
Angle.
Quietly now. No.
Ow.
Really?
Ow, ow. Stop!
Inazuma shines eternal.
Oh, frick. No. Whatever, again. Did this terribly.
Transcend all constraints. Shine down.
Forget to use the fish.
Doctor was
Busted. Here comes the catch.
There we go. Okay.
Midnight Fantastic. A bitter pill to swallow. Taking a turn for the better.
Gotcha.
Should just wait for her to come back.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
Mind the side effects.
Yeah, see, this team is actually not that great as far as its like damage output goes. Like, this is not an idealized hybrid riding team. It's not terrible, but there you go. There you go. What is the context? Where's the Farina fact video? What do you mean Farina fact video? Like the Farina FAQ? I mean, it wasn't an FAQ video. It was, do you have questions? I will try to answer them. Stream, and then I got distracted by someone doing something. It wasn't, but I didn't call it an FAQ video. It was a, do you have questions? You can join. I think I addressed a lot of things on various levels about Farina, but you know, you're free to ask more questions about Farina here at any time. It's just that was meant to be specifically the core idea of what I was going back to in that stream, and then got slightly distracted because, you know, yeah. I prefer DPS checks over element checks. I'd say it depends on the balance, right? The problem is, like I mentioned this when I first played this, where I was like, okay, it's fine that they have a bunch of multi-wave stuff, but usually what they do, right? Like in Chamber 2 and 3, the reason like the multiple waves of enemies and like including tanky, pretty harder to beat enemies like the Consecrated Beast or whatever aren't as bad is because the first chamber is just not a really time-wasting multi-wave situation. Instead, it's just kill the boss, and then that can leave you a lot more time to deal with the second side, right? So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, I know the Farina stream was more distracted. I'm sorry, it wasn't my fault. It would have been more focused if the Sigewinne thing hadn't happened. Any comp where Sigewinne is obligatory? No, I mean, we don't want that to be the case. Like, I don't think, no, there's probably no comp where she's mandatory, and, you know, we shouldn't be wanting characters to be like, no, you need this character. That just feels bad, because then you, like, it feels bad when you have to specifically pull a specific 5-star to get, like, another character to feel like they work well, right? What you want is versatility, and, like, there's different situations they can be useful in. Like, Kazuha is a very wanted character for a lot of teams, but he's not necessarily needed. You can just make it a lot easier to, like, you know, do a lot of things. So, anywho's, like, Kazuha is one of the ones that's, like, almost problematic because of that. Farina is one of the ones that's almost problematic because of that, because they design content around these characters because they're that good. But it's perfectly fine for a character to just be okay. Like, it's good that we have characters that are easy to skip, right? Here's another situation, by the way, where this team should be pretty good. Because you don't really... You want to be able to, like, deal constant damage output in various forms. Oh, I didn't mean to press E twice there. Frick, that was my bad. So we'll just Dia Burst. Alright, okay. Where are you? There you are. Wait until I get the skill up. There we go. Let's see again. That's why I sack swords here, so I can just reset. Right. It annoyed me that I didn't get to do things with Sigewinne there. I'll probably redo this. But right, you can see the damage engine working without having to do Sigewinne things, right? Sigewinne is probably the most replaceable unit in that team, but it's still a team where she feels really good because of the flexibility of the dynamic there, and she gives the skill damage buffing, yada yada, healing for Farina. Will you not use Sigewinne as a DPS? Sigewinne is DPS there. If you rewind a few minutes, you can see my Sigewinne doing like 30k non-vaped on her burst, and then yeah, and she can vape too in that team. And I would have vaped against Magu Kinky there. I'm gonna retry though, because I do want to actually use Sigewinne. But Kinky, of course, teleported the worst freaking times possible. Which character is the best healer? Depends on the team. Or whatever, during the wind-up phase, but... You almost got that back. There we go. Okay. Do this. Again, you're gonna teleport away, right? No. Okay. You want to teleport away, sir? You want to teleport away? You want to teleport away? You want to there we go. Okay. There we go.
Let's get it on.
Did you... Butthole?
You're dead meat.
Oh, the frickin'... Oh.
We've got ourselves a tough.
Non-heated skill expired. My bad. My bad. But yeah, Barbara and Kokomi exist. That's Sigewinne's main problem. Please teleport away. Ooh, butthole. Okay, whatever. Do this again. Maybe we'll burn or teleport first in this case. Do this. Probably should have waited to do that, but whatever. Kill him with a burst. No, I shouldn't have waited. I shouldn't have waited. I shouldn't have waited. Shouldn't have waited. Yeah, like Sigewinne is better than Barbara. Notably better. Like she actually generates energy. Crazy idea. I know.
The Temple of Wisdom. Calm down. Walk alive. This way through the river. Walk alive. Let the world come alive. Share my knowledge.
We're gonna do this while he does his BS. Get some virgins going. Alright. Alright, thank you.
Don't be nervous. Just relax.
Stop! Bro, this enemy just
This way through
whatever. The team works fine against him. It's just like the dude. The dude hates Sigewinne as soon as I try to do anything with Sigewinne against him. Okay, whatever, it's fine.
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
the doctor was free.
Seems like an emergency.
By royal decree, Inazuma shines eternal.
Don't block.
Busted. Game's up. Time's over. Quietly now.
Midnight then.
Mind the side effects. Remember, health comes first.
Shine down, torn to oblivion.
Yeah, no clicking going at the start there. That's a problem with Baiju and Hyper riding together. Can you cease existence? Thank you.
Wings of darkness.
Busted. Here comes the challenge. Quietly now.
Shine down.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
Now you shall perish.
Good.
Midnight Venta.
Game's up. Time's over. Busted.
The doctor was seen.
Taking a turn for the better.
See, benefit of Hyper riding here. Normal riding in like a normal riding team would have to burst to be able to deal with that. Instead, this riding you can sink a burst to deal with the next wave. Maybe should have still restarted rotation in this
Things are
case.
about to get dicey. Busted.
A bitter pill.
You not.
Remember, health comes first.
Oh, sorry, I just used C6. Didn't need to.
Torn to oblivion.
Changwing die. Die.
Midnight then.
I think I ran out of quicken. Whoops.
Quietly now.
Okay, I probably still could have like cleared on 7 minutes there, but whatever. Ugh. I did bad. It's not the ideal team for the second half. Like I said, I think one of the easiest approaches to this Abyss is like configure a team that can clear the second chamber second half fast with as much shield breaking as possible, but also some decent damage output. But then you do whatever. Basically, a lot more conventional teams to deal with the second and third chamber. Because like I had to like kind of purposely weaken that team or configure that team in ways that I don't normally prefer, but it's still fine. It's just not perfect.
Shower me with praise. Roll. Calm down. Jump.
Oh, frick. Whoops.
Let's get it on.
Get some core generated. This.
Make yourselves at home.
Hey, teleporter first. Yay. Oh, but I don't have my skill up. Okay.
This way through the river. Look alive. I swear it's for medical research.
There we go. There we go. See, that's the damage I wanted to see with Sigewinne and this team. There you go. See, I actually got DPS Sigewinne things going against Mago Kinky. Again, like a really big key to that team feeling so good is like the damage is so diversified between the Burgeon stuff, the Farina stuff, and then Sigewinne still doing something, right?
Busted. Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Taking a turn for the better.
There is no escape.
As you wish, main
Alright,
foil.
don't know why I did that, whatever.
Now you shall perish.
Oh boy. Oh, you're gonna get back, aren't you? Ah, frick.
Down.
Frick.
Quietly now.
That might have killed the attempt.
Get dicey.
Great. And, yep. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Remember, health comes first. Yeah.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
This will probably should have respawned official there. Yup. 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 Oh man, I'm so terrible. I'm so terrible.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
Wings of dark.
Mind the side effect. No rest for the wicked.
Game's up. Fun's over. Busted.
There is no escape.
Taking a turn for the better. Yeah.
By royal decree.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Only for Sigewinne because she's cute. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the state of the game is still as it basically always been. Especially for 5 stars, it's not that hard. If you like a character, it's not that hard to make use of them.
Seems like an
Why? God, I love. Yeah, why? Where are like? Why did you just f off over there?
as you wish, main
Just wasted like 10 seconds because of the movement jank of these enemies.
Now you shall perish.
Also, that just targeted the stupid dude that doesn't matter. And I'm getting Shungling.
There is no escape.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'll redo it again.
a bitter pill to swallow. Taking a
This
turn
is
for
probably
the better.
not the team. I'm gonna look at whatever other things I'm gonna do for this chamber. This is probably not the team. Actually, maybe I'll get through this. Yeah, I got through it. There we go. Never mind. I was being too pessimistic. Yeah, and again, if I hadn't like scuffed the start, would have had like an additional 10 seconds there against the Kairagi, right? Obviously, yeah, it's functional, but I would be struggling a lot more, right, with without things like Freeness D2. This is the hard enough common set of abyss. It's a freaking hard abyss. So, I don't know. It's really hard to gauge weaker characters in doing the more unconventional things that I like to do with this abyss. Basically, like it feels like they're a lot worse than they actually are. And I suspect we'll return to like more realistically approachable abysses with 5.0. This is what they did last year. I think they did this in like the 2.0 patches as well, where some of the harder abysses for the year were right before the new big version update, right? So, anywho's, Dorito? Yeah, Dorito.
Sharing my knowledge.
What's your energy at? On you.
Let's get it on.
Grow, grow, grow. Yeah.
Where'd he go? There he is.
Committed to memory.
Oh wait, I don't have Electro. Oh, frick. Okay. Well, not ideal for this team then. So without Electro, then the stupid Dorito, man. By the way, my card buffs are terrible. My card buffs are really bad. Yeah, I think what we have to do is we just have to go ham on the stupid turrets that it spawns.
Strike a pose. Let the world come alive. Hold still. Yeah. This may turn to the Temple of Wisdom.
Buckle up.
Grow, grow, grow.
Let's get it on. Hi.
This may turn
Oh,
to
Okay, so this team is butts at dealing with this because,
Commit to memory.
right,
Here
you have too many issues with
time to shine.
like the fact that you don't apply elements to those turrets, right? It's like, hey, you can deal meaningful damage in this team, but it's relying on actually doing elemental things.
Throw, throw, throw.
Let's get it on.
So it can be really hard to kill things like these stupid things. Why Dia? Why? That's not even Dia. That's just Genshin's jank auto targeting, to be honest. Right. So like, it's this janky boss mechanics that's in my opinion, is the problem here, not
You asked for it.
the team's performance. So I probably won't even bother. I'll probably just be like, yeah, this team is not good for this boss, because like you kind of want Electro is probably where I'll leave it at. There we go. See, like the damage is obviously there. It's just so much time wasting stuff if you don't bring Electro. The alternate solution to not bring Electro is just do a lot of talent based damage to overwhelm it, right? Brute force it essentially. Your options are hyper brute force with talent damage, or bring Electro. Which means in that team's case, because it's the team's performance is reliant on, like, you know, applying elements, and the turrets can't have elements on them to deal big damage. It just takes a lot longer to get to the turrets. Yada yada yada. So, oh well. And I suspect it's going to be a bit hard to clear this chamber because of that. And that I don't even think I'm going to bother. So I'm probably just going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to bother showing Sigewinne in that chamber. I think it's most interesting to show it in the first chamber anyways, so it's fine. I'll do what I normally do, right? And, you know, I'm not even in the mood, actually. There's no reason I need to clear this chamber, right? So yeah, weirdly enough, for the teams I have configured here, the third chamber is kind of the hardest chamber. Right? And that's why, like, again, back to the whole thing before, where, like, your best approach, very well for many accounts, might be configure a team specifically for chamber 1, and then configure different teams for chamber 2 and 3, right? So it is probably the easiest approach, because that's basically what I did there functionally, since the team doesn't work in the third chamber. Not that you can't configure a Sigewinne team to work. Obviously I can do Sigewinne, you know, Verena official, right? And that'll work pretty well. You know, doing this, right? Or Yai, or an Electro on-fielder, since these are obviously mostly off-field characters. Or a Dendro on-fielder, actually. Sorry, I could do I'll hate them, maybe. Right? Do I'll hate them with this. I don't know. You get the point. Let's do the Electro charge in the second half. I want to see how that works. So still in the DPS build, right? We could either do Raiden, or we could do Beidou. Beidou could be... So the reason Beidou is relevant is Beidou can shield break... Okay, yeah, you are on the very wrong artifacts. Beidou can shield break to a higher potential. Yeah, okay, you are... Yeah. Yep. Higher potential than Raiden can. We'll just try using Raiden. And Raiden's rotations in these team, I don't know. And yeah, an Anemo could work better too. Anemo is usually a mainstay for Electro Charge. Honestly, an Anemo might be better. Bring in Kazuha or something. But we're gonna use Kazuha because we can do my favorite team in the first half here. Wait, can I? Yes I can. Arlecchino, Bennett, Kazuha, Candice. But yeah, Anemo might be better than Raiden there. Raiden has very bad application. She's like, she can do something, to be clear, when she bursts against the shields, but pretty bad application otherwise. I just want to try Raiden there first. If it struggles, I can do something else. Hi, please. A little bit longer to kill him. Oh well.
Grant us your blessing.
You went on the side of the circle. It's fine, I suppose.
Crack your wings and raise a storm.
Everybody stand back.
Where do you think you're going?
Shoot them.
Please, hear my breath.
Don't go over there.
Goodbye. But we'll meet again.
It actually wasn't even worth the time to swap there. Casual 50-second clear. Convinced me to build my C6 Candace. Hope you enjoy it. I really adore the C6 Candace Arlecchino combo. Alright. I was already missing Candace because you pretty much use her every stream. I mean, I kind of do now, yeah. Like I'm streaming polearms only. Or now I'm just using Arlecchino and Candace. It's like one of my default teams I just love to go back to now. Yeah, if we want, we can. If this struggles, we will try. And ideally, I want to clear with some time to spare. Since the team is so strong on the first side, I think we should be able to clear with some time to spare, right? Would be my bar, right? But so well, 30 seconds, I think ish. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just see how it goes, right? We can switch to beta. We can switch to kind of whatever.
Time to shine.
There is no escape.
Don't be nervous. Just relax.
Yeah, there's single target application go. Alright, not bad.
Let my name echo
I might have actually been able to ride and burst there before Frina ended. Now that I think about it, but you know, whatever.
Torn to oblivion.
We'll do it now. This team is outperforming the other team. I think. Oh god. Whoops. Well, not outperforming when I'm dead. It's fine. More time to enjoy candy. I almost rotated too fast there. If you don't have C1 Arlecchino, you'd have to probably dodge that. What I'm doing.
One with nature.
The whole skill there. Whatever. It's fine.
Coming was target practice. Crack your wings and raise a storm. Oasis. Overrule.
everybody stand back.
Where do you think you're going? Yield.
You let me do my things? Okay.
Goodbye.
Good lord. Gross. Sigewinne's Hydra application will one-shot the electric shield. True, maybe she does have some secret tech. No. Sadly, no.
Time to shine.
Illusion shattered.
You might feel a little bit.
That wasn't bad. Alright, please. Alright.
As you wish, swing for life.
That wasn't bad. No, stop.
Content. Yoo-hoo. Let the world collide.
Oh, you're already down. Nice. Okay.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
Perfect. Alright.
Illusion.
Alright.
By royal decree, strike a pose. Time to shine. Wings of darkness.
Wait, what am I doing? Yeah.
Don't be nervous. Just relax.
Torn to oblivion.
That racked those shields. I already knew electric charges would get this chamber, but like,
Yoo-hoo.
yeah.
Let the world collide. Let's see. I swear, it's
Go,
for
Sigewinne.
medical research.
As you wish, mate for life.
Yeah, that was a lot, like, oh, skip ads. That was a lot better than the previous. Like, I cleared with a minute, man. I cleared with a minute to spare on this chamber. Yeah, like without C1 Arlecchino would probably be like I'd probably add at least 10 seconds, right? But still, like, you're talking in the minute neighborhood for the first chamber. And this team, right, you have different configurations of this team. You don't need Hybrid Raiden, right? This team can clear in whatever. That's pretty good. It's pretty dang good. So yeah, I recommend Electrocharge. Do like the official Farina core is kind of what did most of the work there. To be honest, it wasn't really Sigewinne, but hey, you know, another context you can make Sigewinne work. Let's use it for the rest of the chambers though. So she can put the lectors and bubbles. Can she really? Okay, remind me to go back and do that. That's fantastic. I should have done a hold skill there. That's probably fine. And do that. What? Okay, no, I refuse. I didn't even realize I've never seen him actually do that yet. Do a dash at the very start.
Everybody stand!
Alright.
One with
Take that.
wind and cloud. Do your worst.
Oh, frick. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to teleport. That's why I wasn't doing Arlecchino things. But apparently he decided no. There we go.
Teamwork is strict. We shall.
Rip. I was joking about that, but her bubble is very effective. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could use it more. I don't know. I would probably use it more in a team without Raiden, because the priority in this team would be on-fielding Raiden, right? Should have picked it first.
Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal.
Well, let's check this one. Oh, crap. Well, whoops. Whoops, I accidentally killed the other one way too fast. Continue on. Damage.
Torn to oblivion.
And I love Hybrid Raiden. No. No, can I? Yeah. This is probably a team where I prefer Sakpo versus this DPS build, I think, on Sigewinne.
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
Midnight Phantasm.
Strike a pose. Let the world collide. He might feel a little pain.
It's still pretty dang good, though.
Shine down. Torn to oblivion.
I did not expect Hybrid Raiden, honestly, to be as good as it is in this team.
How dare you?
I'm probably gonna play. Stop, Xiangling. I'm probably gonna play this team more. Stop!
Odds revealed. Don't be nervous. Just relax. Just calm down.
Hyper Raiden just broken how they wanted her to be. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is how they intended Raiden to be, but it's how I'm glad that she is. I can't, man, if level 100, my priorities is probably going to be like, Official's going to be one of the priorities, but like Official in this team doesn't really need to be level 100, right? But, neither does Raiden, honestly, but Hyper Raiden will gain a lot. Well, I don't know. If level 100 might be enough of an increase in Transformer reaction damage. I don't know. We don't know that level 100 is a thing, to be clear. It's just interesting to think about. So, Electrocharge damage use EM. I mean, yes, that's why I was like thinking level 100 is interesting, but like, Electrocharge damage isn't necessarily so much that's worth leveling to 90 for. So I don't know. It's interesting. It's relatively significant, but it's not insignificant, but it's not so much that you heavily spec into it, right? But doing that balance there of still having significant electric charge damage from Hyper Rowden in conjunction with her good talent damage is probably good. So, anyways. Didn't the whole level 100 thing turn out to be fake? I don't know why people are so confident it's going to be fake. Like, when a random arse leak like that shows up, and the original person that said level 100 was going to be a thing, I think was Foul. And they've been pretty reliable, but like, yes, until it's in beta, don't assume it's true. Like, obviously, take everything with a big f***ing pile of salt.
Something you wish to report?
But the very fact that there is multiple different leakers, multiple different sources, saying random BS about level 100 increases the likelihood that Hoyoverse is at least considering it internally. That's probably where this came from originally, right? So it might not be a thing, but it's probably being considered, and that makes it worth thinking about. That's all. It all depends on how they implement it. Like, I'm not talking about the specific leak that happened earlier this week about how they're doing level 100. I'm just talking about it in general. I use a button.
Everybody stand.
Wind strike. Do your worst.
No, that's not ideal, but whatever.
Commendable.
Do this. I probably could have done that early. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Nope, I did that too fast. Whoops. I can definitely clear that faster, but it's fine. But yeah, honestly, I want level 100 to be true. For like what Sylveon says there. Like, it will make a number of, like, yes, there are strong teams that will get stronger. The worry with level 100 is if they, in turn with like strong teams becoming stronger, they end up making content like Floor 12 of Abyss, rather than them making new content that gives you a reason to level 100 or whatever. They just tweak Floor 12 of Abyss to be even stronger to compensate for the fact that level 100 can make strong teams stronger. But assuming they don't crazily change the landscape of things, like, which they can't change it too much if it's a very high like investment thing to do, which it probably will be in some form. Level 100 will be a way to improve the performance of lower performing things like Lisa, like Sigewinne, to be a bit better, to a degree that it makes it even more worthwhile to, like, it feels like you get value out of leveling your characters, right? And pulling for characters. Like, that's my kind of feeling. I'm not against the idea if they balance it right. And if they, like, especially if they start making more endgame combat, that gives me more reason to start using characters in different ways, right? So, but yeah, like, if it's just like 500 heroes wits to level from, and 8 billion resin to level from 90 to 100, that will suck balls. Like, they have to do something else, right? And I'm not asking them to just keep the existing structure.
There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
I didn't burst on Brina. Oops. Also, the dude's alive over there. Okay, well, this was all kinds of stupid.
Illusion shattered.
I wonder how much of a problem this electro shield's gonna be.
Midnight fantastic.
I don't know, we'll see.
There is no escape. Torn to
Do
oblivion.
I have Brina buff up still? No, I didn't. Whoops. Oh my god, this is the second time I've bursted in this chamber with Unridden without Brina buff up. Whoops.
Illusion shattered.
He might feel a little sick.
There we go. I'm just gonna wait. I probably should have Raiden bursted. Oh, that dude died. Bro, okay. Man, okay, I think the electro charge might be going harder than I expect here, but it's very hard to see it.
Shower me with praise. Time to shine.
Is that where Sigewinne shines? Electro charge?
It's for medical research.
You.
The mortal plane.
Well, we're gonna see how this does. Bubbles. Go. Get wrecked. Wham. Electro charge is better if the enemies are closer. I'm aware. Like, yeah, realistically, doing an enemy unit is better there, but the fact that that worked as well as it did, it says something. So, you know. Let's try Quicken Duo with Farina and Sigewinne 2. Her low Hydro app allows Quicken. Yeah, that's true. I mean, Quicken, like, yeah, like to be clear, yeah, the doing Farina, Sigewinne, something like this, right? Let's try hybrid riding with Sigewinne. Sigewinne in this case would definitely be on. Actually, let's not use you. Let's use. Frick. I just don't want to have C2 Nahida right there. Is all. I don't know. I'll try like that. Burst. Wow.
Time to shine.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
You know, I probably should have Raiden or Tignari bursted beforehand.
There is no escape.
I hear everything.
What? Okay, well,
Let my name echo in contact.
Tignari probably not either. Don't know why I did that. Let's let. Sigewinne can make DPS cap better. Is Dender Traveler built? By the way, I should have just used Dender Traveler. That would have been the easy brainless thing to do. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, let's use Dender Traveler. We'll look at DPS cap before I end the stream. Tried Hakushin Lisa. I have not, because Lisa's an electro hero that wants to be leveled up to 90. My thoughts on Sigewinne? She's perfectly functional. Pretty good. I am enjoying her quite a lot more than I enjoyed Hytham. Why did I not Farina burst at the start? One of the really valuable things about doing, like, right, the notable thing that I didn't consider in conjunction with the Farina Sigewinne synergy is not just like her skill buffing, but double Hydro, the particle generation from Sigewinne, means Farina's ER is a lot lower. That means Farina can be much more comfortably built to be doing a lot more damage. So that means in Farina Sigewinne teams, the conjunction of the reduced ER needs and the buffing happening makes Farina Sigewinne a pretty strong core combo, is what I would say. It kind of sucks that Sigewinne is kind of tied to that, is what it feels like to me. I suspect I will feel much less value out of Sigewinne at C0 with a having a stroke without Farina, but there are still team contexts where like you can take advantage of the skill buff and whatever, right? But her healing itself, right? Because your healer's healing turns into damage bonus, right? It turns into damage for the team in conjunction with Farina. So your healer is a buffer in conjunction with Farina. When you're not using Farina and Sigewinne together, her healing is just healing. It just keeps your teams alive. And then what does she do other than that? Just skill buff, right? So it's really the Sigewinne Farina core that makes it feel as good as it is. But, you know. Yeah, she makes a lot of particles in general, which is pretty significant. And like you can do sackbow shenanigans on her to get like the reset of like the 10 stacks of her buff, even at C0, right? That can give you a bit more stacks on average. It's like you still want a freeform rotation build to do that, but that can be more particles even at a minimum, which I think is interesting. So, you know, I think she's not that bad of a character, right?
Spring forth. Shine down.
Just you're not necessarily for sure going to get value out of it. I'm not going to use a burst on this.
Illusion
See the
shattered.
benefit of hybrid riding.
Propagate.
The downside of Dender Traveler.
Scatter. Exterminate. Let my name echo in song.
There is no
Keep
escape.
killing things before. Okay, whatever. Keep killing things before I get a chance to use riding.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Strike a pose. Let the world come alive. Propagate.
Your coming was
Target
foretold.
practice.
Rupture wounds and raise
Raise
a storm.
oasis.
You might feel a little
Where do you think you're going?
I can treat that.
Torn to oblivion.
Do you have Venti? I do not. Did you not just hear me? You move, you die. Use an end, you die. Make a sound, and you die. What? I know you're referencing Hunter x Hunter at some point. Well, that was obviously bad at the end there, but you know, it was not bad. Particularly if I'd done that better. Did Sigewinne all the? Wait, no, I already read that. I'm a dumb. Okay, yeah, people are just making Hunter x Hunter references. All right. Yeah, no Dio Solo. Sorry. What other stuff? Do I regret pulling for Sigewinne? I did not pull for Sigewinne. Someone else paid me to pull for Sigewinne, basically. So it wasn't. It's not really possible for me to regret. I mean, functionally, I will be like, I might be paying for it in some form by giving the dude the ad revenue, if he decides he wants it. But you know. Oh wait, I need to use Dia on a. I need to test Dia instead of on a Burgeon build, on a burst build in that team. By the way, almost done downloading Wua 1.1. Yeah, the new area is kind of cool. I think Wua's strength is its exploration, realistically, but it doesn't differentiate itself crazily. Any Rex for Yanfei team? I mean, if you want Yanfei to just be like pretty dang strong, Bennett, Yanfei, Farina, and then whatever for the last slot, you get a flex slot to do whatever you want. Yeah, Sigewinne's level 90. Build Dory. See, the problem is I had to build Dory. I have 500,000 Mora after spending a whole bunch of Stardust on Mora and Heroes Wits and whatever, and doing Resin Refreshing to get Sigewinne up. I do not have the resources right now for another character. I gotta chill. You stand Luna. Who is Luna?
Spring forth. Shower me with praise. Let my name echo.
Illusion shattered.
Don't be nervous. Just relax.
Like, yeah, it's not bad.
Scatter.
There is no escape.
Anyways, I don't need to play this team again. It was good. I like the team. Yeah, so I don't know. Hybrid riding with Sigewinne, not bad. I like it. It's again a little bit more like a weird electrocharge focus, right? Like let's try. This would be better than the second half. I don't feel like doing the second half. Let's try something goofy like hybrid riding, but with Kazuo, right? With an animal unit, which is usually this is what you would typically do with a electrocharge team. Not using Fischl on an electrocharge team though is like, like this is a team Fischl was probably who you use instead. But you know,
Shine down.
let's see how it goes.
Strike a pose. Let the world come alive.
I don't know if I actually swirl. Okay, I should be better at making sure I swirl there.
For medical research.
Wait, dang. This team has reason to DPS Sigewinne.
There is no escape.
Oh, I didn't. Sigewinne skill. Whoops.
Time to shine.
Oh, stop.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Venti has good synergy with Sigewinne. Oh yeah, because the bubble can hit multiple enemies or something, I see. Okay, I don't know why my brain's farting.
Adorn my night.
Illusion shattered.
You might feel a little pinch.
Really? There we go.
Stretch your wings and raise a storm. Shine down.
Strike a pose.
Yeah, that was why I wish for Venti, whenever he last reran, right?
Wind strike.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
Why? What? Yeah. That's pretty good. Yeah, and Farina is doing some work here, right? Like this. That's probably the hardest thing to gauge about Sigewinne for me right now, is like because I've been, I have her on the DPS build of Marsha Stay Hunters, which even further requires I use Farina with her. And my Farina having being able to spec Farina so much more into damage. Like Farina C2 is doing meaningful work in these teams, but they're also strong enough that, I don't think Farina C2 is necessary for this to feel pretty good, right? This is like, a lot of this is me playing pretty badly and not optimizing stuff, right?
Shine down.
Shower me with praise. Let my name echo in song.
Now, stop.
Falling leaves. Adorn my night.
Still, don't slip and fall.
Illusion shattered.
Time to go. Wind strike.
Don't be nervous. Just relax. Let the world collide.
Clouds high. The birds call.
There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
That's 150k. Jesus, Kazuha. What? I did not expect 150k on
Illusion shattered.
Hybrid Raiden in this team.
Swear it's for medical research.
Where do you think
Didn't
you're
actually mean to do that. Don't worry about it.
Shine.
Can I?
There is no escape.
I don't. Whatever. I wanted to use Sigewinne, but no, this is a C1 Raiden, and she's only C1 because it's a Chebris. It's not a C2 Raiden. Yeah. This is a C1 Raiden with an EM timepiece and an EM goblet. Oh, I love Hybrid Raiden, man. I love Hybrid Raiden.
Shine down.
Yeah, the way that this team ends up playing is kind of weird.
Adorn my night.
Oh, they're just gonna die because they're there. I'm pretty sure I can just like bubble on them. So yeah, this team is like kind of weird for like it has a very high DPS, but you know what? Let's take this. I want to take this team to a second chamber. Yeah, the Hybrid Raiden with Farina working that well there is like Farina and Kazuha giving a whack ton of damage bonus, right? It is going hard, but it's also the strength of Staff of Scarlet Sands bringing her attack up to a threshold that's pretty good. So, anywho's, wouldn't Fischl work instead of Raiden? Yes, and maybe better in some ways, right? Like for shield breaking, right? If I was gonna do Fischl, Farina, Fischl, Farina, doing Sigewinne, Farina, and Kazuha, and then you're doing an Electro unit, then yeah, like Fischl's gonna be better for the second chamber, probably quite significantly, but our second half, sorry, not second chamber, for those the shields, but I like playing Hybrid Raiden. So, can I do an Arlecchino? No, probably can't do an Arlecchino team. That's the worst part about the second half is it's no to Arlecchino. Can we do double electro charge? Let's do double electro charge. This is not something people do very often. and do this. Is Sucrose equipped? I think Sucrose should probably have Prototype Amber in this context. But you only live once, right? So there we go. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do double Electro Charged. Let's go. Give you tips for Spiral Abyss. I mean, check build help in my Discord server if you want. Navia, Arlecchino, Kaching, Sigewinne, Dignari, Farina, Mona. And if you're learning anything from this, you know, official, you know, Electro Charge, bringing Official plus some Hydro to the second chamber, pretty good. Pretty good. Wait, you know what? Let me try doing this a little bit differently. I'm gonna try Farina EQ. Then ride an E, then Cosmo Swirl.
Shine down.
There we go. Yeah, I think that'll be. There we go. There we go. Okay, okay. This. There we go. Not bad.
Strike a pose. Let mine
Clouds high. The birds come. Torn to oblivion. Coming was a target practice. Illusion shattered. Raise a storm.
Let the world collide.
Bloom with the breeze.
He might feel a little bit. Calm down.
Calm down.
Goodbye. But we'll meet again. The eternal.
You're optimizing so much even though you don't need it. I mean, yeah. This Farina team basically has no ER needs. Yeah, like Farina having no ER needs can make her so much more of a monster of a character. Like, yeah.
Things are about to get dicey.
Right now. Come on up. Enhanced animal module 75.
Gotta be careful because I don't have any healer on this team. Hi, please. Thank you. Okay.
Quietly now. Game's up. From silver.
Midnight Fist. Emerge. Right now. Stand clear. Animal hypostasis emulation.
Ow.
Is that all? A sight to behold.
Stop.
Right here. Right now.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Absorption test.
No. Oh. Being bad.
Darkness. Enhanced animal.
No, official. Frick. Okay. Not official. Sucrose. Do it again. Sorry. We're doing this until we win. I've never done an Abyss with full Electro Charge. And it's conventionally something that most people consider weaker. No, I just did this wrong. It's conventionally something most people consider weaker, right? So, you know, I think it's fun.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Oh, what? Can I stop getting stuck on the bodies? Oh my god.
Don't be nervous. Just relax.
Illusion shattered.
Let my name echo in song.
We swirled.
Wind strike. Now you shall perish. Ha!
Nope. Oh, you're still alive. Where are you? There you are.
Stretch your wings and raise a storm.
Shine down. Shower me with praise. Let the world collide.
Where do you think you're going?
Don't quickly fall.
I mean,
Feel a little bit.
I did not slow Hydro. Well,
Torn to oblivion.
raising Kokomi on the second side? Nonsense. Who does that? You're telling me not to use Yai?
Gotcha. Fun silver. Quietly now.
By royal decree. Swirl, Mark 2. Midnight fantastic.
Right here. Right now. Busted. Here comes the catch. Gotcha.
Stay clear. Enhanced animal module 75. Absorption test.
Ow.
Busted.
Oz reveal.
Emerge.
Ow.
Right here.
Buttholes.
Quietly now. These are about to get dicey.
Queens of darkness.
Right now. Right here.
Stand clear. Animal hyperstasis and
Gotcha.
No.
by royal decree.
Right now. Emerge. Right here. Here comes the catch.
What? Oh, please. Okay.
Absorption test. Shadow Raven.
Right now. Emerge. Quietly now. Busted.
Stand clear. Enhanced animal module 75.
I don't have yellow.
I summon.
Okay, yeah, the Kokomi's probably better. I acknowledge the Kokomi's better.
Fantastic.
Right now. Right here. Quietly now. Busted.
But not necessary. Should you go for Yulon? Do you want Yulon? Do you have a need for more hydro pliers? I feel like Yulon's necessity is a lot lower now that Farina exists. I use it relatively often, still not a crazy amount, a lot less since Farina exists. But she still has value. It's just like she has less hydro application than Xingqiu, unless you have C2, then she's basically the same as Xingqiu's hydro. And Xingqiu exists. And Xingqiu C6 is relatively approachable. Just yeet out Sucrose for another hydro. I mean, yeah, doing that would be probably better too.
The
Wait,
world remains.
you know what I should do? Should probably do the other one. Yeah, if you want Yulon, she's not a hard character to make use of.
There is no escape.
Content. Strike a pose.
Calm
Time to
down.
shine.
Wind strike. Fallen you.
Bursted beforehand,
Adorn
but
my
whatever.
knights.
You just teleport away, bruh.
I swear it's for medical research.
Damage go burr.
Shine down.
Could have avoided that.
Let's see.
Yep. Is that gonna even hit? Oh, stop. Hey, it hit. Yay.
Put my name echoing song.
There is no escape.
Hit. You, bro, stop. I don't think I swirled Hydro. No, definitely didn't. Stop running away!
Shine down.
Coward!
Flags high. The birds
Stay near me.
fall. Wind
Dare you.
Now you shall perish.
Didn't swirl Electro there. It's fine. Do I do character reviews? Not really very often, but I have in the past. Maybe we'll again in the future. Let's start properly getting in the mood of
Right now. Emerge.
streaming more often. It might be like a like a donation incentive thing kind of thing.
Quietly.
Absorption test.
Or if not a donation thing, then something I specifically stream for. Ow.
Absorption test. Shadow Raven.
Right now. Emerge. Busted. Game's up. Fun silver. Gotcha.
Animal
Yeah.
hyperstasis simulation. Animal test 6308. Nothing lasts forever.
Right
Should be
now.
doing that more often.
Emerge.
By royal decree.
Quietly now.
Stand clear.
Oh boy, these dudes without healers.
About to get
Oh boy. Well, no, we have the burst restore
Darkness,
HP.
right
It's fine.
here. Emerge. Right here.
Swirl, Mark 2. Animal test 6308.
silver. Right now.
Oz reveal the
That's a little bad, I think, but you know.
unexpected outcome.
Ah! My sucrose. Oh, I just C60 launched. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, I did enough of that team, honestly. Furina's cool, but that hashtag stole Kokomi feature though. Walk on water. Oh yeah, I know, right? Good old Farina. Stealing the things that Kokomi should have just had in their base kit. Oh well. Yeah, I could definitely beat the whole abyss with the electric charges. I'm not going to right now. What I should test though, real quick, because this is something I might be recording later. I at least want to test this beforehand to see if it's worth showing in the video or not, or if it's just something like I mention as, you know, you can do. From what I have seen, I don't think Dia. I don't think this is gonna be worthwhile. But we're gonna put Dia on like a DPS build, right? We're gonna do carry Dia in this team. I know I have Dia's signature, but well, okay. Let's see if I can make Dia's signature work with an ER timepiece. Hopefully, I remember to switch that back. It's gonna take a second. Gotta put emblem pieces on her. Should do the ER hungry, so you like that. Yeah, this was one of the artifacts on Yulon. Stat value. I mean, hey, it gives her ER. She didn't need that much ER, I don't think, but hey. That's some ER. Might need that. We probably won't use Shungling. Okay, well, you want the Ganyu piece first, because it's the highest crit value. Pyro Goblet, huh? There you go. And then you're on a crit rate weapon, so theoretically, a crit damage circlet. Oh, yeah, that's part of the reason that... I don't have a crit damage circlet. It's not Hybrid Ridens, but I guess we'll take Hybrid Ridens. Alright, what does that look like? 213 ER, 79, 161. That's a pretty good... Yeah. This should be... I don't... Is that enough ER for solo Pyro Dia? I have no idea. I have no idea. We'll find out. We'll find out. Yep. It's a pretty good ratio, though. It's like a perfect 1-to-2 ratio. So, yeah. Electrocharge is overrated? Overhated. Yeah, underrated, I think is the word you were looking for. I agree. I should do more electrocharge things. That is what I've learned. Alright, okay. We'll do the first side again. So same exact team, right? So the same team dynamic going on, but instead we're not going to get 0 Burgeon damage because like Kiv Kajna's suit, Nahida is still a relatively significant buff for Burgeon, right? But it's, I don't know. We're still going to get a significant buff for Burgeon. If we can get meaningful talent damage on Dia, it's possible this might feel better, right? Have you tried Sukokomon? Isn't that like some Kokomi electrocharge variation or something? I don't remember. So yeah, the idea here, right, is when I was bursting with Dia, right, before with the instructor's build, that was mostly just to trigger any Burgeons that generated with like downtime of Dia's skill. This instead is like, okay, let's purposely try to constantly burst on Dia like every rotation, because we can have a dynamic of like getting some vapes on Farina or getting vapes on Dia, right? So actually giving reason to have some talent damage built. Is it gonna be good? We'll see.
Minute to memory. The Temple of Wisdom.
You're dead meat!
Okay, she did not trigger any vaporizers there. Like, it's not bad for her to... She did there. It's not bad for her to trigger... What's it called? This?
You asked for it.
Okay, yeah, Dia's not triggering vaporizes.
Target practice.
It's not bad though. It still feels pretty good.
Time to shine.
But this team kind of feels like it performing well abuses. And we have another ER too. That's nice. It abuses. Wait, are we getting vaporizes? Wait, we were getting vaporizes. I lied. Cause we were no, we couldn't have been getting vaporizes because yeah, the 67k was like a vape on the, but then we were getting 10k against that one. All right, let's just do right now, right? Yeah, no. See, we got like 40Ks, right, on vapes. Okay, yeah, no. So we weren't getting vaporizes. And it's not like she needs to get vaporizes, right? So it's just a question of, is it more optimal to do like the instructor's team-wide EM buff, like just doing Burgeon Dia for that additional damage, or put Dia on Emblem and like try to actually burst with her consistently? If this is better, I would rather have her on this because people like to see carry Dia, and the idea here is quite simple. In both of them are low field time units, right? For the like, if you're doing DPS Sigewinne and DPS, like the carry DPS on Dia. What Dia is doing there is she is applying extra pyro that can, notably, apply more pyro to make sure that Farina or Sigewinne's bubble even is consistently vaping. Right? So like if you watch the... Okay, I didn't even see anything there for damage numbers, so but if you watch the damage numbers when we are Dia in there, like watch the hydro damage. Alright, well, let's do this first.
You asked for it. Goodbye. But we'll meet.
Like, I don't know. How long was that? Not great. Biggest issue with Burgeon Dia is I have circle impact if you fight waves. I mean, yeah, that's why I was doing Stack Sword. So you had flexibility to resetting position. Like, I was getting 1 minute clears in this team with Burgeon Dia before, right? Like, 1 minute is like with better play. Alright. Oops. Whoops. So yeah, I think Burgeon Dia is better in this context. That's my vibe so far. But this is not dysfunctional. Like, you can probably play carry Dia if you want in this playstyle. I think it was an 86k on her there. Oops.
Let's play her a little. Make yourselves at home. Time to shine.
Buckle up. Ha!
There's one.
Dead meat.
That was a 50k. Like, the question is, would people in the video enjoy... Oops. Would people in the video enjoy me doing Burgeon Dia more, or doing
Where do you think you're going?
this Dia build, right? They're both competent enough that I think I could do either. I do really like playing carry Dia. It's not great, but it's fun. Of course I don't have... There we go.
Goodbye.
Like, I think it's pretty consistently worse. I think I can get down to like a minute and 10-second clears with that variation of the team, versus yeah, like Dia Sigewinne double click DPS. It is more fun on paper, but I think the Burgeon one still uses Dia the same way. It's just the damage you're getting from Dia is coming from the transformative reactions, right? which I think is a lot smarter way to focus into what makes Dia special, and how she can be built. This Dia build is not full EM. That Dia build is just a typical like emblem carry Dia build, and like obviously emblem carry Dia is not very great. So overload Dia with Chevrolet. I mean, yeah, if you want to. Overload Dia can work perfectly fine because it's a team where you can do, you know, Bennett, Chevrolet. Well, who do you do for an Electro? Probably official, right? Bennett, Chevrolet, official, Dia, and like Dia will get decent numbers. But the point here is not to play Dia to maximum damage. It's the point is to play her with Sigewinne, because Sigewinne on a DPS build is a low field time DPS unit. You can pair her with Dia, who is a low field time carry unit potentially. I think I will probably show this team in the video briefly, but I will use the Virgin variation because I think it's I think the Virgin variation is more fun in many ways. Right. Nice.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Let's get it on!
Calm down.
Gloves off!
I don't know. This team has a really fun flow to it, though. Like, this is very enjoyable. Right. I'm like, oh, stop! I love the man. Like 5-second time loss because of getting stuck behind a dead body that's invisible. Cool. That was a 1 minute clear. Oh. Okay, maybe I will just stick with that build for the video. Like, if I can get that good of a clear. Like, it was getting 1 minute and 20-second clears, right? So that's why I was feeling it was a bit worse. It might just be more variable than Virgin Dia. Like, I think Virgin Dia might be more consistent. And this is a bit more high investment, too. So maybe I'll play this. Now I reversed. Now maybe I'll play this team most of the video, and then I will do the Virgin variation to show how like Dia can be a really interesting like reaction enabler unit. Yeah, it's definitely a lot more accessible. This isn't that much better though. Like, to be clear, my brain just farted there. I don't know why I did that. I mean, it is a good way to take that wave, but does that make more sense? Maybe doing. Yeah, that does make sense, right? Should have skilled first, probably. Where are you? There.
Raise the storm! Everyone hold him!
Bloom is the least boulevard!
Don't be nervous! Just relax!
Gloves off! The eternal oasis of long life!
No. Is C2 Frina that worth with Arlecchino? I mean, yeah, it makes Arlecchino and Frina work a little bit better, but it's just, team's gonna be fragile. I wouldn't say get C2 Frina specifically for Arlecchino at all. Is there a team or builds which makes burning good? This entire stream has been me utilizing burning. So C2 Nahida is not doing that much in this. Like, C2 Nahida is doing, that's actually another advantage, honestly. Like, so the Virgin Dia variation is getting more value from C2 Nahida. This team variation, because we're doing less burgeon damage, since Dia has a lot less EM, like basically no EM. The only EM she has is the EM she's getting from team buffs. The burgeon damage is a lot less, and therefore C2 Nahida is doing less, right? So, yeah, I think I like this variation of the team more with carry Dia. Cool. I really like this. It is fun. Again, C2 Farina is doing a significant amount of work here. I should have done that first, but you know, whatever. I think it makes sense to start with. See the 152,000 from Farina there. That's why like this is configured to be a Farina vape team and/or occasional vape on Dia, but mostly Dia is just an enabler, kind of, and gets some decent damage, right? Probably should have skill again, but in that instance it doesn't really matter. Oops.
I see everything. Yoo-hoo! Time to shine. Stop the Temple of Wisdom. Don't be nervous. Just relax. Hold still.
Good lord, Farina. Good lord, Farina. So yeah, like I will absolutely stress that in the video. Like, you know, most of my videos I don't abuse C2 Farina. I power down Farina. Can I do things? This is not one of those videos. I am purposely powering up Farina because you know what? Farina's on banner. She deserves to be powered up every so often, right? But also, I obviously was doing terrible things there. Scuffed that whole... Did well the first 3 waves. This is almost a team to drive Farina, if anything. Yes, that's kind of what it is, right? And it's kind of like better to not vape on Dia in that sense, right? Because not vaping on Dia means that Farina should be vaping instead. Because it means there's pyro... It means there's consistently pyro on enemies, which means the vaping's happening on Farina. Yeah.
Time to shine. Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge. Lots off.
I meant to not do that. Just got Farina's banner. Want to get Sigewinne, but don't want to get. You want to get Sigewinne, but don't want to lose the Kave rerun. Okay, Kave's a terrible character. So, like, if your goal is to build up your account's like repertoire of like decent enough characters to give you flexibility to like have different teams you can play around and have fun with, Sigewinne is absolutely better than going for Kave. But if you really love Kave, then yeah, you might want to wait for Kave. I wouldn't assume he's on Nilu's banner, but yeah. C6 Kave might be good. C6 Kave is not going to be that much better. It would be slightly better in like the context like I used him in my video. Like it's not going to take him to be good. Just more functional for what he was designed to be. But what he was designed to be was a really, really bad Nilu. And people that say like, oh, use Kave in Nilu teams. You're literally not using any of Kave's kit other than his own Dendro infusion. Like, you're just using him as a bad I'll hate them again. If you're using him in a Nilu team. So, C2 Nahida apply to his blooms? Yeah. But anyways, like, he's an interesting character. I enjoy him for how bad he is to a significant extent. Do that first this time. There we go. Okay, nice. Alright. Tag, and then we do that. Like, we tag first so that we get burning going, right? And that means, yeah, see, Farina is getting the 120k vapes there. 150k vapes there. If I don't tag with Nahida there, Then I end up getting Vapes on Dia, and that can be fun and all that, but not better.
Coming was the target pack. Crack your wings and raise the storm! Where do you think you're going?
I didn't need skill. Whatever.
Calm down. Make yourselves at home.
I don't know if I had to do that here. Like, I don't know. I love the Kave Furnace synergy. Yeah. So, anyways, like, yeah, if you really, really want Kave, pull for the characters you think you're going to have fun with, right? Especially if you already have Kave and you've had fun with them already. But, you know, it depends what your goal is. I'm not going to recommend you save for Kave over Sigewinne, though. Sigewinne is definitely a more useful character than Kave. C6 Dia? No. No. That is a C1 Dia. Let's try not taking the second dude with Nahida. It's really fun. It's really satisfying doing that. Done that faster. It's fine. Like, I can smoothly, like, the interesting thing is I, like, have just the amount of damage I need to be able to smoothly go into the next enemies, right? I didn't skill again. Whoops.
Where do you think you're going?
No. Oh my god, stop. Stop, let me use my ability. Oh my god, okay.
But we'll meet again.
Well, the last phase is always scuffed. Emily seems way more interesting. Oh yeah, Emily is a way more interesting and useful character to the vast majority of the player base than Sigewinne. Sigewinne is a character that you should consider if you feel like you're lacking in healer options for Farina. Like the Farina synergy is the reason to get Sigewinne, right? On a meta level, if there's any reason, right? Or just having no comfort healers in general, right? If you want a comfort healer for Overworld, she and Baiju, I'd say, are the best because you just press her E, and then one problem some healers have is like Kokomi for Overworld kind of feels bad. Even, you know, Farina's own healing mode for Overworld you would think feels good, but you have to like squat and just wait for 10 years while it heals you. Whereas like Sigewinne, you press it, you can keep moving your arse, and you can keep on moving from point A to point B while you're healing, right? So, anyways. Like, it has just enough DPS. Just enough DPS to be able to get through that dude in one rotation. That's a big difference maker. If you can get through the first 2 waves in one rotation, that is very often the difference maker between a team clearing this chamber well or not.
You asked for it.
He's kinda already dead. What are you doing, Dia? Go over there! I should have just jump canceled that. That's why you can do that, by the way. It's because, like, you need to be able to cancel that sometimes. Ow.
No. Lots off. Goodbye. But we'll meet.
Like, it's getting 1 minute clears with consistency. This actually feels more consistent than the Virgin team did, to a significant degree. Now that I've gotten used to the sequencing, the Virgin team feels a lot more inconsistent, which is not that surprising since Virgin generation itself is going to be inconsistent. Would you review my Kave build? Feel free to, like, hopefully you're in my Discord. Like, the best way to get me to, like, look at your builds is just go into, like, the build channel, like the build help channel, Be like, hey, at Saluna, it's fine if you ping me. I can't say I can't promise I will look at it immediately, but if you ping me, I should see it normally. So Sigewinne's mostly a comfort healer, yeah, pretty much. But I mean, what am I doing? In this context, I'm using her as a DPS to her like fullest extent that I can, right? And this isn't the team to get her to see the highest numbers possible, but I think this is one of the team contexts in which you have the most, a more compelling reason to burst on her. And I think they did. I think they did intend for her to be, you know, used in this DPSy playstyle, right? This team rotates exceedingly well. I need to stress that. Like, it feels really good. Like, we're getting consistent 1 minute builds, or 1 minute clears. That's some of the fastest I've been able to clear that chamber. It is a very time-wasty chamber. This team is good at adapting to the new waves. It can rotate cleanly between them. It's really interesting. Yeah, I like the emblem build Dia more. I'm pretty confident of that. I don't think Nahida bursted. Here, you know what? Oh, one dude wasn't dead yet. Do that again. Oh, interesting. Why didn't Farina get any vapes there? Weird. So, not using Nahida's burst could save you a few seconds last week. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. I like this team. I like this team a lot, right? Like this character has reasons to be built for DPS. Like this is not a very accessible build, but like that's never been really my goal in my content to make super accessible things. I like to show what's more possible. Take the extremes of how well can I DPS Sigewinne, and in this case, it's DPSing her with also trying to balance her like skill buff. Like I'm using her basically as intended, right? Mihoyo made this character like the only point of her burst is to deal damage, right? So like I'm using her full kit to her fullest extent that I can. I feel like, so I don't know. I really like this. That's kind of all I feel like I can really say right now. Also, like doing this, I'm pretty sure Aqua is better than her signature, because her signature, yes, gives like a 38%, or is it 30? I don't know. It gives a bunch of crit rate, right? Only for her, nobody else. But if you're doing Martial Hunters, right? Because you're doing DPS Sigewinne with Farina because it's Farina. I don't know. Like, and to be clear, I could do here real quick. Let's go. I don't know what we. I don't know, you can do like DPS. I don't feel like changing your build around. You could do, so never mind. I'm just gonna mention it. You can do Sigewinne, you know, for Xiangling for forward vape enabling, and then like do Sigewinne, Kazuha, Xiangling, and I guess Bennett for Xiangling's damage, or maybe, well, no, I don't know, mate. Like, I don't like the idea of just doing like your stereotypical template forward vape formats for Sigewinne. She doesn't apply enough Hydra for it to be that relevant. And in this team, she does get forward vape, so I'm just gonna stick with this. I think. Her signature doesn't work on Diona or Yelan. I think it works on Diona. Does it work on Yelan? When you use an elemental skill, when the value of Bond of Life increases, you're not triggering that on Bond on Yelan, and one stack when you're performing healing. Yeah, no. Like Diona can trigger this to 24% HP, right? And you only get, oh, it's 28% crit rate. You only get the crit rate when you are bursting, or for your burst specifically, and specifically when you have 3 stacks. Also, when you fall under 3 stacks, you lose it after 4 seconds. So, yeah, it's garbage. Don't get that weapon. To be clear, having a whack ton of HP can be not the worst stat stick for Yelan. Like HP has quite high value for her, but like relatively close value to crit. But don't pull for that for Yelan.
Don't slip and fall.
It's pretty bad, and like even with DPSing Sigewinne, like I feel like the smart way to DPS Sigewinne is like, you know, something like this. You're doing Martial Say Hunters, which, you know, even if you don't have Aqua, right? Let's say you have, what other weapons relevant for DPS Sigewinne? I don't know. This would be funny, maybe. The problem, I don't think she's vaping enough for this to be that worthwhile, but it would be funny. Like, this could actually be okay, as an option, right? And like because you're doing Martial Says, you have less need for a crit weapon in the first place. Is kind of my point. Like honestly, you could just use Recard Bow as a bad HP stat stick still probably, and it'd be like okay, and then you do a crit damage circlet instead of my HP circlet, right? Obviously, like the stat differential isn't that crazily different. So no, honestly, I think they kind of effed up on on Sigewinne's bow. Like it was only relevant for her or hardcore Diona memes, and Aqua exists, which is probably better for, well, I don't know, like the benefit of her bow still is it gives more HP for like buffing your Frina, right? So like her bow might actually be better for this team, but it requires more specific artifacts to have like less crit rate and substats most likely, and then it can result in like having more skill buffing for Frina. So her bow might actually be a DPS upgrade for this team because of the fact that it will increase your buff for your other characters. But like that's not a very good reason to get it. And like Aqua is actually like a relatively universal decent stat stick. I'm not saying wish for Aqua, but like as far as which one's more worthwhile, I don't know, man. Like there's anyways. Do we think Sigewinne C1 should have been base kit, or am I crazy? Yeah, that's my general feeling. Is like, I think this is the difference maker between her feeling a lot more relevant in teams like without Frina. Is my feeling, and it should be pretty significant with Frina too. Still, like yeah, this I think should have been in her base kit. But anyways, does he stream at 2 a.m. for me? I mean, I start streaming at not 2 a.m. for you. I stream in like the middle of the day in U.S. time. And my, like, the ideal is like, yeah, I know it's like it's getting later into the European time. I don't know where you are. You might be in like the Philippines or something. I have like, I think 20% of my viewers in the Philippines. Yeah, so I don't know where you are. But point is like, if I have like viewers in Europe, yeah, you're in India. Okay, so close-ish to the time zone of the Philippines, right? You're in India. I have viewers in Europe. I think 60-70% of my viewers are in US, right? It's like, okay, the only thing I can do for you, Cyber, is like streaming 2 hours earlier, right? But it's still gonna be late at night for you, so like sorry. I can't appease everyone. Basically, I already potentially lose some US viewers, I feel like, by streaming in the middle of the day. But you know, anywho's, stream starts at 6 p.m. for you, which lines up perfectly when you're working, as that's when you get off. Nice. See, that's what I did. Unintentional, but yeah. Idea is that, yep, for people's in Europe, like Sylveon, hey, it's, you know, in the evening, right? And then for the people in the US, it's either, I guess you watch at work, or you, or watch at work, watch at school, or watch on the weekends. So, anywho's, yeah, Eastern Europe is 11 at night, yeah, which, so, I don't know. I feel like this time that I stream is like a good middle ground, but particularly, yeah, for anyone in India, Philippines, I imagine it's probably the worst. So my apologies, but maybe in the it's mostly a problem. I'm not in the mood to stream constantly, right? I'm not like streaming every day kind of thing. So maybe in the future I will stream at earlier times. So anyway, someone asked I think yesterday if I would stream the 4.8 Like, they're reacting to the 4.8 stream? Maybe. I don't know. The problem with that was, like, that's at 6 a.m. for me. So I'd have to wake up at, like, 5 a.m. to, like, you know, schedule the stream, make the thumbnail, or make it the night before. But go to sleep early, wake up early, like, or go to sleep early, or just wake up early, like, don't get enough sleep, which is the more likely result. Like, ugh. That's a big part of why I don't react to those very often, on top of the fact that they're just advertisements. Anywho. I think that's all I'm going to test for this account with Sigewinne this video. I think this is the build I will stick with Dia. So in case you care, use the overall builds. So yeah, Farina was on Kiev Caution Suit. This build. So obviously her crit is she's a little inconsistent, but it's fine. She probably needs a lot less ER than I have in this team, but I'm going to keep her on that. It'll balance her out somewhat, right? Since I have C2. That's what I'll probably mention in the video, but it's certainly... C2 is still making a very significant difference. Nahida is on a kind of very whatever build for this team. Without triggering spread, Nahida does not do a ton of personal talent damage. It's not none, but, you know. And of course, Dia is on her emblem build that I just configured, which is a pretty good emblem build. I also definitely stole pieces. I think I stole this piece from Candace, which is not ideal. Because I like to use Candace. What do I do to fix that? Do I have another ER time piece? I think I do. Yep, there we go. Blam. Alright. Fixed. Well, not quite, because can't level it up, but it's fine. Semi-fixed. Perfect. Not quite ideal as far as making Candace crit, but she'll get her burst back. How much EM is Farina giving to the team? So, for anything like it's percentage based, when you have percentage based effects, like this is giving a buff based on a percentage of Farina's HP, and then you have things like Farina's C2 that's giving a percentage increase to her HP. You do not get, like this buff is not increasing with Farina C2, right? So what I get is what I have at this, is the 47,000, right? So it's 47,975. Let's see. It is, okay, 0.15% per of their HP, max 3 stacks, so 0.45%. And then additional 0.25. So first of all, the 0.45 times, what was it, 40, I think we'll just say 48,000. Yeah, 48,000. I have an R2 key, which is not, I don't think, an insane increase, but it exists. Times the 48,000. Oops, I did 45%. 0.0045 times 48,000. Is 216 EM to the whole team. Or sorry, no, 216 EM to herself at a baseline. And then the additional trigger for the 0.25%, 0.025, is times 48,000. So that's 120 EM to the whole team, right? So she's buffing her own EM by like a total of 300. And then the whole team is getting about 100 EM. Basically, which is not insignificant. But yeah, like Farina's own buff, and I think Nahida's buff only is the active character, right? Yeah, active character. So, so this is not doing anything for Farina's off-field damage. So Kia is definitely doing some work here. In teams where, like, you know, there's a reason, like you're having other units like her triggering Vapes, her triggering Virgins. Or Vapes when I was like triggering Vapes. The key is better than her signature for team DPS because she can, when she is vaping. It's good in general if the team can use it, but there's teams where Farina can use key and it's really good just because the other teammates can use the EM. But if the other teammates can use the EM and Farina can use the EM, is when this weapon starts to be better than her signature. So, yeah. Wait a minute, I guess I can just show that now I think about it. It's probably not going to be significantly worse. I forgot I leveled this up this stream. Also, this is... Yeah, that's a ratio. Oh boy. Let's see. The math should be that Key is better. Will it be insanely better? I don't think so. Like, I don't think we're going to see anything insane here. But, let's see. Let's see. 1 minute. I'm struggling. There we go. 206 ER is insane. I have a lot of ER substats. And this is an ER timepiece, to be clear. Which probably don't need, but I'll keep it on her.
Make yourselves a move. Buckle up. Let's see. You might feel a little prick.
Die, please. Die, please. Okay.
Gloves off.
Okay. That could just be some variance, but already that actually feels worse, right? Before, like every time I was doing that before, I was able to consistently kill that dude when Dia slammed, or by the time that Dia slammed down. Sometimes, I think with some better RNG on crits, I was able to kill it far beforehand. But that was immediately the worst attempt for the first 2 waves. So, try again, just in case it was some variance.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Let's get it on. Ha!
Calm down. I swear, it's for medical research.
Okay, that was better.
You asked for it.
Yeah, I think we'll be. Yeah, we should be able to get it this time. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's like it feels pretty similar, basically. Where are you? There you are.
Make yourselves a move.
Look alive. Ha!
Don't be nervous. Just relax.
Gloves off.
One dude doing all the way over there, man. Whatever. Let's get closer to where the one dude is. Also, normally I was able to consistently beat these. Okay. Oh, freaking that body blocking me.
Raise a storm. Get it on.
Everyone hold hands. Yeah, the Temple of Wisdom.
Where do you think you're going?
Medical research.
Ow.
Let's see.
You're dead
Oh, the
meat.
guy at Farina buff. This feels pretty consistently worse, but we'll do another run. The spacing kind of ruined that. I agree. But that's 2 in a row that felt worse. Yeah.
My name, echoing song. Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
Buckle up.
Calm down. You might feel a little prick.
You asked for it.
I feel like with Key there, that would have been like we would have been attacking. We would have killed it faster, and we would have started attacking these with Dia before.
Look alive.
Don't be
Okay,
nervous.
spacing is good.
Just relax.
You're dead meat.
All right, good. That feels pretty comparable to what was happening before.
Raise a storm.
Strike a pose. Let my name echoes. I see everything.
Where do you think you're going?
Oop, my bad.
Make yourselves a move. Let's see. I swear, it's for
A little bit
medical
of
research.
she was not getting energy back there, but
Gloves off. The eternal ways.
okay. Well, that was a little unlucky, but
Goodbye.
that was
But we'll meet again.
that felt pretty good overall there, but it still felt worse. So yeah, see, Key is better. Again, it's R2 Key, but like the refinement doesn't do that much. Refinement just buffs the EM slightly. Farina's on Key, do you have to play double Hydro? And generally speaking, yeah, if you... I have like one other artifact I could do to make me Farina have like with a non-ER weapon have I think 215% ER if I recall. Like I think I could swap her feather, so I could lower her crit even more to give her like 2 more rolls of ER, or it might actually only be 1 more roll. And in that, in that situation, then yeah, there is situations where I could do solo Hydro Farina with a non-ER weapon, but that's like I have a lot of ER substats. A lot. Like, it's not a very achievable amount. Like, it can be really annoying. Really, really awful to be able to get Farina to be able to burst consistently in solo Hydro with a non-ER weapon. I just, like, it's just awful. So, yeah, generally speaking, non-ER weapon, recommend double Hydro. Zhongli or Sigewinne Yilan. Most people, in general, you would probably feel more value from having more units rather than Sigewinne Yilan. So, yeah, Sigewinne Yilan with Sakbo is fun. I agree. I don't think I tagged the one.
Let's get it on.
Whatever. Shouldn't matter. Alright.
You asked for it.
Yeah, see? See? We're killing an ambassador slightly better. I only attacked the one. Whoops. You know, saying I swear it's for medical research makes me not trust you, Sigewinne. So we're going away. Okay, well. Kinda got goofed on spacing there a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. Just that ruin guard, you know, being able to see how I can pretty consistently with some, you know, a little bit better like vapes or whatever, or luck on crit, right? I don't know. Yeah, it definitely feels better to use key. So there you go. Key can be better than Farina's signature weapon. See. Yeah. What con is Dia? C1. And I do have Dia's weapon here, which does make C1 a bit stronger, I think. But notably, I don't think that it would be performing that much worse, because I could, if I switch to Skyward Pride, what I would do is just swap her build around, use like a crit rate circlet. My crit damage circlet doesn't even have any crit rate on it. Use a crit rate circlet, switch to an attack percent timepiece. I've done that before. I've done this attack percent timepiece, or no, sorry. This attack percent timepiece, it's on Yilan. On Dia before, with Skyward Pride instead. And, yeah, so, you know.
We mercs have one simple
Refuse to use Farina without her signature. I'd rather go for more ER subs. It looks too good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still a fan of blue on orange contrast with this weapon. It looks great on Nilou. I honestly think it almost looks better on Farina. Just saying. Contrast is good. Contrast is life. Whatever. But Farina's signature weapon. Kirara's signature weapon. I'll test this more this weekend, by the way, on Kirara. So just remind me when I stream this weekend. What? What's going on with your... I don't know. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Alright. Let's go to poems only real quick, and then I'm in the stream. What would you make? Would you make what X amount of dollars gives you a Nilou banner? I already have Nilou, so no. Probably not. I've gotten enough characters lately, and like, yeah, I wouldn't have to put into resources to that. The only fun thing with Nilou would be if I like got Nilou C2. Would be if characters affected by Golden Chalice bounty. I think you need to have Full Dendro and Hydro, right? So that doesn't even make her vape playstyle better, does it? Wait, maybe it doesn't. Can you get the Hydro Res? From what I recall, I think you... Oh, yeah. Characters affected by golden... No. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I'm correct. Yeah. So you had to have full Dendro Hydro to get the Hydro Res. So you can't even do Vape Nilou. Sounds like... Yeah, they restricted Nilou too much for her to be interesting to, like, really experiment around that much with. The only fun thing would be it would enable me to get, over 100k damage on blooms, which would be fun. But like, whoop-de-doo. I want to see. I've gotten up to like 98k before. I think I can get 100k damage on blooms if they release a hydro character that scales with EM, that ascends with EM. But we'll see if they ever do that. Anyways. Yeah, no. I mean, I'd be more tempted to do like, Navia rather than Nilu banner, basically. But I'm probably not doing Navi either. She's not that interesting of a character to me. She's not bad. She's fun. I like her. I like her more than I like them, I think. I played a good bit of Navi on my brother's account. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah, her bloom was too good already, destroys everything. Yeah, like there is absolutely zero need for me to get Nilu C2. It's literally pointless. Anyways, let's go to polearms only real quick. It's already 4 p.m. and I need to do a whole bunch of other things today. So we gotta hurry my booty up. Is Raiden a good unit to save for? Yeah, she's particularly good with Hyperbloom with Nuvi. Because Kuki can feel pretty awkward. So yeah, if you wanted an upgrade for Hyperbloom Nubilet, or felt like, or you don't have Kuki at all, I guess, it could be very much worthwhile. The only thing you hate about Nilu is that she don't let you use Animal Cry with her? Yeah. Exactly. But even then, like, why can't they make Vape Nilu? Like, why don't her constellations benefit Vape Nilu, right? Why do they have to restrict her passive for the Res Shred? Like, I don't know, man. Like, see one Kuki gets so awkward with her cooldown. Yeah, it's not just that. It's also, Kuki, Nubilet's, you want to stay at range, and Kuki is to hit blooms, you need to be not range. Like, you can be a little bit range, but not, as far as Nubilet can go away. I've done a little bit of Kuki Hyper Bloom with Nubilet, and it can be awkward. That's really all. So, anywho's, oh yeah, on polearms only I did, Candace, Sino, Raiden, to clear the electro charged.
Staring into my eyes.
Love how 70% of Raiden's kit isn't used anymore. That's why I did hybrid Raiden. That's why this. That's literally why. Not that you did. If you're doing hybrid Raiden with, or sorry, you wouldn't do hybrid Raiden with the Nubilet because you don't want to take the field time to burst.
This route.
New event is fun. It's okay. It's a good reaction event. I don't mind it. I like it. It's nothing crazy. Certainly better than on the average event.
If you ever.
Yeah, I forget all the time too. Okay. Lame. Alright. Frozen, huh? Defeat 10 opponents affected by frozen. They have to be frozen. Okay. This thing's a little bit awkward, but it should be fine. Well, of course. Screw you too. Doing the event polearm only too? Yeah. The only time I don't do the events polearms only is if I can't. Like if they force you to use trial characters, right? Which happens sometimes. Event survey. No, it's polearms only everywhere. Everywhere. Oops, what am I doing? What numbers do Raiden's overloads do in a Chevrolet's team with their hybrid build? It's worse than her like a traditional emblem build with Chevrolet, but the benefit is that it gives you more damage that's distributed from off-field, right? Because she starts triggering off-field overloads in like the 15, 18k range. Like I think my 500 EM Raiden. It's about that. And when you're getting those overload damages, that overload damage off field, and your main source of damage in like a hybrid Raiden team, or in a Raiden Shivers team, is Raiden bursting, it can feel really awkward. Like, you know, you have an enemy that has 25% health left or whatever, but you don't want to burst on it because you got a new wave of ruin machines spawning, right? So like that overload damage can be the difference maker between like allowing you to much more flexibly switch between like new waves spawning and like save your burst. So I still actually like hybrid Raiden over traditional Raiden in Shivers Overload. Also in compaction with that, traditional Raiden build, because you're not using a crit weapon, you're usually using like the catch or maybe engulfing or whatever else, right? You can use a crit weapon still, right? But oftentimes it's much harder on a normal Raiden build when you're not doing Staff of Scarlet Sands because of a free crit rate. Like, I have very good emblem artifacts on... I have a lot of freaking emblem artifacts on Polearmors only. The best Raiden build I have for a normal emblem build, it has like 66% crit rate with Engulfing Lightning. And I really noticed that. I noticed the way higher inconsistency, even though it can reach higher damage thresholds. So, I use hybrid. Right? And it just makes the team feel more consistent and diversifies the damage profile in a way that adapts better. So I like it more still, even for Shivers, but I'm not going to recommend it for Shivers. It's not that much better, right? It's better to my preferences at the very least. What were we doing? Oh yeah, derp. We were going to do the event. Pole arms only. Freeze. Rosaria is not on a freeze build or an emblem build. She is on a melt build. But I think for the event, it should be fine. Didn't mean to do that.
You, we shall obey. Cryo incarnate. You can't run. Lights out.
Maybe not.
Judgment.
I might have to lower the difficulty for this one.
Unleash. Do your work. Grant us you can't run.
Maybe not.
Punishment. By ordinance divine. Obey. Yield. Judgment.
Stabilize.
Do your work. Hear my prayer. Unleash. You can't run. Lights out.
Oh, what? God dang it.
Obey. Do your master's bidding.
Yeah, this is any of these that are relying on just Candace to trigger like a lot of hydro reactions is a bit more awkward, I will say.
You can't run.
I can definitely complete this one.
We shall obey. By ordinance divine. Judgment.
Yeah, this is definitely not an optimized build for Rosaria in this team.
Manifest. You can't run.
Easy. Alright. Okay, we do the next one though. I assume the next one's freeze as well. Claim. Relaxed or higher difficulty. Frozen. I don't know why I read the relaxed thing. I wonder when the new endgame content will come out, which they showed July 1st. They announced that. Am I blind? There we go. Okay. Damage taken by... Okay. Cool. Cool. You know, I can probably use Zhongli's burst to kill them while they're frozen too. That might actually help.
Stabilize.
Do your work. Hear my prayer.
Alright, move. There we go.
Cryo incarnate. Obey. Yeah. Punishment.
This is
Let's try
order.
it. Oh. Wait, does Zhongli's burst count as them being frozen?
Unleash.
Can you just use Zhongli? That'd be
Shall
funny.
prevail. You can't run.
There we go. Alright.
By ordinance divine. You. Hear my prayer. Yeah. Lights out.
I will have order.
Die. Perfect.
Gather.
You can't run. Do your worst. Manifest.
Oop.
Flee. We shall prevent.
Really?
Shiver.
Also, Rosaria's on the wrong build, I think, for
Unleash.
this. Or not wrong build, wrong weapon, too. So, compacting.
Judgment.
Not even on Staff of Scarlet Sands, so she doesn't have enough crit rate.
Grant us your blessing. Do your work. Manifest. You can't run. Punishment.
Order guide you. Solidify.
Very good.
Obey. By ordinance divine. Hear my prayer.
You can only borrow one friend's characters, I
Will
believe.
have order.
Frick. Oh, it doesn't count!
Yield. Judgment. Shiver. Grant us your blessing.
Okay.
Manifest. Cryo incarnate. Do your work. You can't run. Punishment.
Please walk in the circle, thank you.
We shall prevent.
One more.
Stabilize.
We got it, we got
By
it.
ordinance divine. Flee. Hear my prayer.
Hello?
Lights out.
There we go. No problem. No problem. Let's do the other ones, why not? I think I needed... Is dailies, right? Load, please. Shouldn't have left the menu. Didn't think it would take that long to load. What that? Oh, frick. God, okay. Whatever. Forgot. 6 is not enough. I will just doink. There we go. Alright. There we go. There we go. Pyro Cryo. We can do that. Alright, melt Arlecchino, I suppose. Toot. Toot. Toot toot. Weaker people will get free pass for the content. I mean, not with only one when you need 18 characters.
Solidify.
Lay to bear. Judgment. Punishment. Unleash. Cryo incarnate.
Yay.
Target practice. Target practice.
Not bad to actually trigger melt.
Obey. Shift. By ordinance divine. Transfixed.
Wow, difficult. I wonder why. Oh, I'm having a stroke. There we go. You know what? Let's do a different melt team. Let's do my favorite melt team. Rosaria is still in the wrong weapon, but it should be fine for an event. Use the Arlecchino in the trial. Why is it really bad?
Stabilize.
Unleash. Cryo incarnate. Punishment. Manifest. You can't run.
Solidify.
Unleash. Do your master's bidding. You're toast. Judgment. Lights out.
Oh, why? Stop! You just somehow like zooped through my freaking. Bro.
Stabilize.
Judgment.
Order guide you.
Obey. Shift. Cryo incarnate. Punishment.
Oh, he's just gonna die. Oh, yeah.
Nice and spicy.
Freaking butthole.
Unleash.
Can I ever trigger Pav? Jesus.
You can't run.
I love that they put Hydro enemies in here just to make it extra annoying.
Manifest.
There we go. Alright. I want to see how... Oh, no. Have to go to select stage. How bad is their Arlecchino? Probably the best Arlecchino that ever did Kino. That's a crit ratio. I mean, it's fine. This is a okay. Like, as far as like represent, yeah. That what? Sure. Okay. Sure. Look, it's not the worst weapon in the world. It shows a relatively low investment, accessible Arlecchino. Honestly, it's fine. Has 0 crit damage substats, but isn't Bella good? I mean, yeah, but she can't always trigger reactions, right? Like, a lot of her damage is not reaction based, and the passive is only benefiting her reaction damage. It's fine. I just think more universal weapons are better on her. So, like, if they're gonna put a battle pass weapon on her, put deathmatch on her. That's my feeling. But because that tells people, oh, that tells a more casual player that's not gonna look into things or learn things about the game meaningfully, that, oh, I buy the battle pass and then I'm gonna get deathmatch, or get this polearm instead of deathmatch, which would be more universal, right? What happened to your wishes? Standard ones on YouTube? You had so many. What are you talking about? Standard wishes. I basically always just use standard wishes as I get them. I don't save standard wishes. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. All right, let's go claim dailies, and then we're almost done.
Add Ash. Thank you for.
Alright. See if we get... I don't really need to farm much anymore, honestly, this domain. It's just on days. I could start pre-farming for Emily, like, at any point, but it's only going to take me, you know, I think at most a week to get, like, all of my Emily materials. Unless I plan on triple crowning her, but again, that's not even something I can farm for on a daily basis. Like, I can't farm talent materials for Emily today, so, you know, farming this domain it is.
Everlasting as the moon.
It gives 2 relevant artifact sets. I could still get some improvements, so why not?
Drop your weapons.
Got an option to do Abyss co-op. We wouldn't be begging as much for an endgame. True. That probably is not an upgrade unless it rolls attack percent.
Witness my rise.
Yes, I talk about Lisa all the time, so, you know, like, that's why I'm talking about Emily with the things I know about her. Give me that piece. What if I could, because I probably don't need it. Weird, I'll lock it. I'm probably never going to level it up. Good stopping point to end farming for artifacts when it's dealing enough damage for you to be happy. Like, I mean, it depends on, like, what your standard is for, like, your other DPSs, and, like, how invested you are. The longer you play, the longer it might take you to, like, when it comes to, like, deciding, oh, you're gonna farm for, like, Arlecchino signature artifacts versus using your gladiator pieces. It's like, okay, how long would it take you to get, how long would it take you to get a Whimsy set for Arlecchino that's better than your existing gladiator pieces? Like, on my main account, I have such a good gladiator set for Arlecchino that it's, like, basically impossible. Like, it would take an absurdly long time. Or getting very lucky, obviously. So, like, how long? There's no generic recommendation for how long to farm. It's just weighing your options for what you currently have compared to how long it might take to get a build going in the future, and how valuable that domain can be for what is with the... I'm getting very good artifacts today. But of course, I just got a potential timepiece for Arlecchino, a potential flower, and a potential circlet for many people's Arlecchinos in one day here. And none of those artifacts are artifacts that are likely to be relevant to me. So, anywho's, that's amusing. Like if you get that lucky, it doesn't take any time at all. Why can you be less? Okay.
There is no escape.
So, anyways, what was it saying? Yeah, as far as like generic recommendations go for stopping point for builds, you know. If you're really highly invested in a character, I'd say the stopping point is having every artifact on your build. Well, it depends which artifact, because like, and like if it's like an onset goblet, a lower stat value onset goblet can functionally be a much better piece than a higher stat value offset goblet, right? And circlets are also less relevant to have high stat value and substats because so much of the value of circlets in most cases is just the crit main stat. But I'd say my general stopping point for like a character starting to feel good to use is probably like at least 5 lines of relevant stats. So like this piece is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So like a 30 CV piece. But then this piece also has some ER and some flat attack, which is something. This piece is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines of stat value, right? This piece is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of stat value. And like my standards are lower for timepieces, goblets, and circlets because you have to deal with the RNG of substats more because you need the right substats and the right main stat, right? So, and it depends on what your other artifacts are, right? If you have a very high stat value piece on your on one piece, that means you can have a much lower stat value piece somewhere else. So like my point would be like 5 lines of relevant stats on every artifact. And like as far as high investment goes, like my Arlecchino is probably more like an average of 7 is like my end game goal. So like I want a better feather than this. I would love to get a better timepiece than this, but it's hard, right? And I might eventually, just because there's not really any other domain that's relevant for me to farm, but that's not worth it. That is not what a normal stopping point would be. Make strongbox videos? Probably not. Like I really kind of hate doing artifact videos. Like I made the resin refreshing video, and it performed absolutely terribly, and I hated editing it. It's awful to edit. It was awful to record, having to like log in every day, record, have freaking 30 days worth of video files to edit together and turn into like a 30-minute, 40-minute video, whatever it was. And like I made that kind of video because like what I thought was valuable about it was like showing my process for how I do artifacts, right? But anyways, this is not really relevant. But I mean, that's a very good piece potentially. The reason it's not relevant is because I got this recently. So, you know, I'll keep it. I'm not gonna throw it away, obviously. Oh yeah, the flower. Is it an upgrade? Could be. It very well could be if it rolls attack percent. Probably not. Sure. How does that compare to my other one? It's worse. It's just worse. Okay. Bye. Not a bad piece, but not relevant for me with this piece, right? Well. So, anywho's, yeah, like that kind of piece wouldn't be something I would necessarily throw away on my main account, even. Well, I don't know. I probably would. It's not the right distribution of stats, I think, to be relevant in my main account, even as an off-piece or a 2-piece set, but this set is valuable as a 2-piece set, right? It's just like, I don't really need that many 2-piece sets on a polearm only account, so, yeah. You know what, for funsies, I guess. Since I don't need to keep that other one. Why not? There's a chance this is relevant. I lied. I mean, okay, actually. Don't underestimate the value of ER. It is the best stat in the game. But I have, yeah, okay. I have other options as far as off pieces. The only relevance that would have is if I need a high ER crit rate piece with good stat value. Like, I don't know. Look, I'll level it to 20. Because it didn't have any bad rolls, right? So, like, this is a piece I shouldn't throw away normally. And, that actually makes it harder. Now, that is the most ER piece I have. I think it's actually quite a bit better than that, if you need the EM. Well, I don't know, it's kind of equivalent. These are like the same artifact, right? So, I don't know. This is probably going to get thrown away eventually, is my point. But, like, I would not throw away this on my main account, honestly. Like, I'm actually relatively lacking on my main account in high ER circlets. This would be a really, really good circlet for me to have it as an option in a lot of cases on my main account. So, Emily has high ER needs? Yeah. Yeah, it's a potential Emily piece, but I have this for Emily, if I need. Or I have this for Emily, if I need. So, not really a relevant Emily piece, most likely. I could end up going with... I do have an... Wait, do I have an onset goblet? I forgot. Yeah, I do, yeah. And I don't actually have very many good Dendro goblets on this account, so... I will likely be going with that goblet. Yeah, like I have this one. It's basically just the reverse of that one, but a little bit different, more ER attack percent. Like this is better for Emily, but it'd have to be an off piece. I think it's not good enough compared to the stat value I gain from having an off piece elsewhere. So, you know, probably will use this one on her. What weapon are you gonna put on Emily? I don't know. Depends if I get her weapon. I will probably... Well, I don't know. It depends if we win the 50-50 and whatever. So, by the time Emily's banner rolls around, we should have enough to guarantee Emily. But, you know, we win the 50-50 for Emily, get early Emily, whatever. Like, her weapon is good enough. I'll probably risk going to a pity for it, but... Man, RNG banner, RNG variant. Weapon banner variants hurts, so I haven't decided. But if not her weapon, then Jade Spear for on-field shenanigans, or probably R5 deathmatch. So, yeah, most likely. What do you like doing the most in Genshin? Team building and playing around with different teams. Like I was doing most of this stream. Okay, I think I'm done with the stream. Yep. So I will probably stream on probably on Sunday. Probably. We'll maybe stream... Well, I don't know. It's possible because of the... I will almost assuredly stream on Monday because of the Imaginarium Theater reset. Or not reset, new. Not tomorrow because I do stuff with my friends on Saturdays in the middle of the day now. And then I also might need the time to be able to finish editing a video for Sunday. We'll see. I still have to go record. I think I want to record the Sigewinne video and get that up for this weekend because it's fun. And I would rather share it sooner rather than later. And I have an account fixing video I'm working on, which I might be able to post this weekend. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel after I finish recording and doing other stuff today. Busy day for me. This is like, I've been streaming for 4 hours, which is longer than I intended. So anyways, bye. Thanks for joining. It was fun. I like Sigewinne more than Alhaitham.